before Brandon should go. There you go. I'm not happy on Secret Show Thursday. Everybody knows. Everyone there is laughing at how shop is a comedy. Imagine even the guitar people and the piano person. Yeah. The whole stage is just laughing at him. And Brennan's like, pay attention to any of it. But these are your friends. Yeah. You're not listening to what your friends have to say. I can't imagine being a patient. I'm like, well, I guess I'm not a comedian. I'm a clown. At least Brennan is doing it. This is the job of a clown. Whether you do it on purpose or you like one of these very skilled, talented clowns, and you know what you're doing yourself and people enjoy it, or you've reached a level that Chop has where he's essentially doing the same thing as a master, and he has no idea. Yeah. Is there really a difference? We, as we've said many times, actually enjoy watching them. So, I don't know. It's interesting to think about it.
All right, so the next post is by FL Salt. That's Salt, brother.
I know in my current life I have friends like Shame on you. Yeah. That guy. And that guy, he's what you credit. She is a fucking pussy. What? Hold on, you really fucking breaking news there. Oh, God. I love you so much. I'm only serious. Yeah, more of the same, just like everyone laughing. Everyone knows that he sucks.
It's also important to say that was probably made like 2 years ago.
Right, before the whole thing. Yeah. You always have to wonder, is there a little bit of truth to what people are saying? In this case, yeah, there's truth.
I feel like the timeline of that is also before they stopped, maybe right after they stopped being each other because of the messages between their...
Oh, right, when he was trying to... I mean, yeah, maybe Bobby was saying after the shops slid into the DMs trying to get a little bit before the truck walk. The prequel to the...
Yeah. Okay, well, this next is just Ethan Hawking on Colbert, but they do like this thing that we might have to cut out here. It's Ron XX. Ethan Hawking on Colbert.
Steve Colbert asked you, what happens when we die? It's his question. What happens when Hawks answers? That
was awesome. I just saw it.
I fucking love you. The robot voice.
Ethan Hawke, what's when we die?
Yo, what up? Can you hear me?
That's clever.
Yeah, thank you, Ron X.
Go fuck yourself.
So, after that brief history of time written by Ethan Hawke. Gotta get up.
All right, well, this one is just a poster, and it's supposed to see. It says, shout out to my buddy Bone Fork for this masterpiece. And look at that.
Wow, that's good. He's got the food thing in there.
Yeah. That was a little different. At night, we'd fuck each other. It's like a chocolate chip with sauce all over it.
A Mexican cookie.
Yeah.
I think this should have a part 2.
Oh,
yeah, next week on Poppy Posters. That has a bunch of things.
Well, yeah, so Bone Fork for that.
Great word.
Great word, thank you. Never seen him. Mothership Gay. I'm gonna hate on it. Hate on my name on the whiskey.
That's the good name.
I didn't like it at first. I gotta say it's growing on me. I'm gonna hate on it because Rogan hated on my name. Tiger. Great whiskey, hate the name. I thought when I first heard it, I was like, how many mothership? Which I said enough. But yeah, it grew on me, man. Like, it's like when a new expansion team comes to NFL, you're like, come on. Yeah.
Poppy. Tiger Thick Whiskey. I mean, well, good. Might want to buy it, but
Yeah, that was the episode of him as Rogers.
oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. You know, that's what is it? Prolapse or whatever his name was. It makes me miss shit or throat splutter. Who's that guy? Missing your clips, Papa. I like having Trudeau to read that.
Mr. Rogers with salsa on it.
That's very good. Very good. You're right. Look like Mr. Whole Foods to me.
Okay, so this next one's posted by Siphon on Filterer. It's called Big Brown Throwbag.
You rather not say or you should take. You should take. Big Brown. How about me?
Get out of that room. You're not safe.
Assault and misconduct.
No, thanks.
Yikes. Oh my God. Yeah, Bob was trying to get Treadbox even back then. That's the same thing they're trying to get in there with
The buddy system. If walking to your truck, make sure to have a female be or a female accompany you. Otherwise, it's
Yeah, dude. They really need like a sex eating at Big Nation.
never. No, never. Yeah, the sexual harassment meeting at TVK will just end up being a bunch of gay jokes by the end of it.
Yeah, 100. Before the meeting starts, they'll have to be like, all right, Brendan. And he's like, okay, so our first thing we got to talk about is show your penis here. That's what? What?
He's like, if I can't piss in the sink, throw me in jail.
There's not really a lot of those movies where you get butt fucked in jail. You actually don't.
Yeah.
How do you know that, Brent? Well, I read it in like this tweet from some guy.
Oh,
Here we go.
alright, so listen to this whole episode earlier today. Joe Rogan with
Brent
Joey Diaz.
And then Brendan Shaw.
From what I heard, they never mentioned Brendan, so I don't know if it is a lot of Joey Diaz stuff back in the day, back in '88, though.
Right, cocksuckers. Yeah. This day is Tuesday morning, everybody. Today's gonna be your day. Wake up, cocksuckers. Grab your dick by the balls. Chin clip.
Alright, so it's posted by Chowder Stash. It's called, quote, Nobody Funny.
You can have fucking. You know, who shows to an open mic all that weekend? Nobody, right? It's funny. Nobody shows up to the land.
Let me tell you something. It's not a shot at Brendan, but which is DraftKings.com, okay? Cocksuckers make a lot of money, have a lot of fun. He ain't got money. I'm gonna have to lose my voice again.
You show up to a comedy store bikini, you're still gonna have to suck my dick for 10 minutes in the belly room, okay?
7 days a week, okay?
Oh, really, dude? Oh, really, dude? It's the 90s.
Well, shout out to Siphon on Filterer. He has got another clip for us here. What goes on an Addy-induced narrative without taking a breath.
Take looking at your performance, you know, I've before the UFC.
What was all that? None of that was English.
Take looking at your performance, you know, I followed it since day one, man, even before the UFC. IL-2 guy, and I remember you come in there as this lanky basketball player, and then, Jesus Christ, in the world. Life is crazy. Life is crazy. Yeah. I remember like it was yesterday. I was just like, holy shit, Lee, I can. And then Christian, even that was like, yeah, he's athletic, man. Basketball. You know, he's a basketball player. Like basketball player, dude. Yeah, he's giving back to you. You're one of the best in the world, but you look at your fight with Judo Vera. Have you ever talked to your life for 3 hours now?
Just word salad. Like Gen Z slang meets brain damage meets Adderall. Low-key met you when you first started your career. Say less, man. I was like, damn, this guy really, you know, he's not mid. He's ready to crush the competition, man, right? Yeah. What?
If I told you I know youth slang,
I'm an oil man. One thing I need bit oil.
that flame, Papa?
I'm Riz. I've abandoned my period D. I don't know. This is cringe.
My UFC career.
Told you I was cringe.
Okay, so this one's posted by Pity to King Kajo. It's called Papa Blames his reviews on Reddit.
Of him speaking in its box. Upset by Tom Brady and it's crazy what AI can. I mean, it's just insane.
They even did it with the Weeknd Drake. They took all the music they do. They put it into Chat GPT, did a song. It's a banger. And then someone posted it. It's so good.
Reddit talks to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT responds back, "Are you okay, sir? Our system thinks that you should dial 911 to get an ambulance." The first part of that, though, that was funny. He was like, "It got better reviews than my special."
Yeah.
That's a good riff there.
Yeah.
You know, a broken clock.
But then he brings it saying he got Reddit to go fucking.
He could have laid the good joke. He blames the special on Reddit and review. But it's like, no, dude. Reddit is not the reason their special got shit on it.
Yeah, but then he subconsciously tells us like transcript of both his specials into ChatGPT so we can get endless printed chop jokes.
Oh, that reminds me. I was talking to Sean McCorkle a while ago, and he sent me a ChatGPT script that he like put in about Brendan Schaub. It was pretty funny. Maybe we should put that on somewhere. Ask Sean if he wants to. I don't know if he's ever posted it, but it's like a whole thing about Brendan Schaub. I can't remember like his life. It's pretty funny.
We can get a Gringo Puppy too without even asking Brendan.
You know, that's true. You could just ask ChatGPT to do it. I wonder if it's on that.
Yeah, there you go. Post it on ChatGPT.
Yeah, post that on Chase.
All right, so this next one's posted by Master Chef. It's called "If the CTE Turned Papa into a Good Person."
To all my thick boys out there, Daddy's got an important announcement. I will be auctioning off all of my vehicles, all of my luxury, sports cars, all of them. And the entire proceeds will be going to the Humane Society for Rescued Dogs all across the U.S. I want people to know. No, read every comment. I treat every comment as valid feedback and criticism to help me get better and improve. If I'm just 1% better each episode, if I just make one extra viewer happy each episode, man, I feel complete. That's all I live for, brother. Hey, real quick, B, when we have women courageously speak their truth and tell the traumatic stories of their abuse, and then people don't believe them, dude, like, what are we doing here, B? I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. We need to believe women. We need more women. This ain't like 1832 anymore, B. Women today, they will light you up. When I tune into Fox Sports PN and I see they have a panel of all black people, Papa, that hypes me up, and every fast voice has the opportunity to speak. I'm so balls deep in the perspectives of marginalized communities, B. What else you got, Jen? Actually, you know what, before you say anything, dude, I just want to sincerely apologize to you for injury. I know you said you got the injury from autotectonic asbestos. Jesus Christ, dude. We both know it was me. I heard you, brother. I'll never do that again. Let me make it up to you, B.
Wow. The work put into that clip is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I can use like one of those every week. Just let us know that Baby Bop was nice.
That was a great deep fake. He took all the stories and made the narration for it. That was really good. That would be like, if Bubba said that, that'd be like something on one of those Now This clips. Yeah, like, listen to this guy speak, like retweet or whatever. Like, that'd be like a viral Twitter. Bubba's a good character.
If I told you I believed in the liberal politics, would you believe that?
Brendan Schaub is him.
Okay, so this one's very long, so it might get cut out of the YouTube due to the pixel stuff. But it's called Papa Hating on Rick's Little Kid. It's posted by Playful Wolverine 95.
I've been making him work out with me. I make him box. So it was so good for him because when they were doing all the exercises and stuff, it wasn't a big deal. I kept saying that to Max. I was like, just let me do this to him so I can get him used to this. Because if he likes it, he loved it. Liked it. That's good. Loved it. Seriously, I love the kids. The kids were great. You know, it's like great. Some should be. Yeah, some should be. It's just really cool. He's going every week. He wants to go 3 times a week.
What a question to ask. He's throwing out a little bit of catnip for T-Mos then.
Yeah.
per kid, but no. I mean, I think it's standard.
So Seth goes 4 times a week.
He does. Yes. Yeah. Well, he has other sports. He does track and swimming.
Just tired. 3's not bad. Yeah, two minimum. If you're going once a week, if you're going once a week, don't do it.
No, I agree with you.
If you're going once a week, it's like
I think every day.
jiu-jitsu.
No, that's me.
But every day, if that's what he's passionate, just track, right?
Yeah.
That's why. So let's not do that. That's, you know where that leads, right? Or do I need to educate you right now?
He's also got it.
Okay, now we predict again. Where does track lead when you're white? I'm thinking being gay.
The Olympics, dude.
For sure that these gay in some way. Yeah.
In any facet.
In any fast. Do you have any other guesses, or you're all in on gay?
I know, I'd say Olympics. I think
You say, yeah. I think Olympics bad because it makes you gay.
Because you don't get paid.
Oh, that's right. He's always thinking about money.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's go with the answer.
Dad, mom's fast switch mom. Now, Daddy's all right. Not gonna win any sprinting matches.
No. So track, let's ditch that, right?
Unless it's long. I'm saying you don't want to be a long distance runner because that sucks.
The long distance is cool.
No, it's solid.
I showed my video of it.
It's solid.
If you like to run, it's great.
I know, but it's a sport. It sucks because I don't want to watch it. And
All right, so both wrong. What he was going for there, I think, is that he's saying that black people will dominate because they have this fast
yeah.
So he's racist. And he does go. That is like secondary to is black. He does go there. So that's the second. We went from A to B instead of going from A to C.
Yeah, so the hierarchy of marginalized communities, what's worse, gay?
Gay is worse, I think. Really. Yeah. You'd rather his son be black than gay.
Also, he's dealing with two pulled hammies from racing a black dude.
That's right. He's traumatized. He knows firsthand that Papa's mind. If it happened to me, it'll happen to Callan's son.
Yeah.
you can run a mile faster. You can run 10 miles.
Just show yourself from the Ethiopians running them.
We're crossing. You're not from Kenya or Ethiopia, right? So we're not going to be
But that can be the 100 meter. You will?
That's not happening.
Let me show you the Olympics. Let me show you.
His coaches are.
That's not positive. Just say truck one. What if he had a truck diary and an Ethiopian, like Ethiopian food?
If you say Bolt,
Jamaican. He's like, I got you this Jamaican beef patty and these compared shoes.
he's like, I'm vegetarian.
This shit.
It looks opposite of Trump rally.
Our black gentlemen who happen to be on the pins. And they're like, well, let's run the track.
You know what this comes out to? I'd see your son face. No, I'd see your son. I go, what? You know you're coming in dead last, Jeff.
My son is going to be doing jiu-jitsu, a sport. I believe in getting into the sport that you feel good about yourself.
Yeah, get some wins under your belt.
Get some wins under your belt. Now, my boy's tall. My boy's got a building Greg. Yeah. Well, my boy's long arms, long legs, a tail piece on him, and broad shoulders. He's athletic. He picks up real quick, very, very important. So, jiu-jitsu might be okay for him. I'm optimistic about that. But box is very turn his body. It's really great. All that coordination is good.
Yeah, fun. Right? Should I be a professional? No, I like it. I like it too.
They're talking about their kids a lot. I'm like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to think about that on a podcast because, you know, people are going to now watch this. Like the homeless cats are watching, and all you're doing is talking about your kids. It's like almost like I wouldn't want to talk about kids. I don't know. Blockbuster.
Again,
Different. Goes through a different effects. Different. I don't want to do this. Different.
You're putting your kid against my kid right now. This is not
3 times in the last week when I was doing stand-up. I did say it once, but we're different on stage, dude. And I was like, what are we doing here?
I think it's fun to say it on stage. Like the first time, Walsh hadn't done stand-up in a long time, and I went to see him. And the first thing he did is he walked up on stage, like, "What are we doing here?" But I knew what that meant, but everyone laughed because it's just funny. It sounds funny.
But I'm being like not sarcastic whatsoever. Oh yeah, it's saying like no different for like I'm like, oh, what am I doing?
He's ruined the like just like regular pop.
And I just try to work. How do you work around using the word different?
I think it's funny to be like different. You know, I mean, he does that, but that's also essentially stolen from NBA talk. You know, right? You're kind of like that guy's different. Also, that's how he does it.
Yeah. Shout out to Alfred Romas. He had me on his show, sold that show, Flower.
Nice.
And on stage, I said dicey.
See, this lingo is like stuff you can just use on stage, use it at work.
The lowest part of the set. Nobody in there. There's a bunch of Latinos who don't know what the fuck dicey means.
I just think it's even if you don't know though, it might have been.
No, it was definitely the joke, and definitely me saying dicey. It was not the crowd.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you're blockbuster, sometimes you're next.
You're out of line. You're out of line. He's never rolling with it. Kids are bigger kids. I'll put them, right? How old is your kid? You're 7. Are you talking Tiger for you? Right? I am one to do this, Brian Kelly. You say Tiger is taking down 11-year-olds? I'll start hydrating right now. Okay. You're disrespectful in that one. Disrespectful in that one. All bottom line is, did you have... I have some intel on your son, though. I understand your son's getting pitted against some bigger kids. Older kids. You can't go with kids' age. Can't go for 10 or under. Can't go for 10 or true? On different days, yeah.
Man.
It's good and bad. He's got a neck on him. Oh, dude, it's good and bad. He's got traps on.
Brian Callen, it's funny that Shaw loves animals because to me, Brian Callen is somewhat of a zookeeper.
Yeah.
Because I think that Shaw is kind of like, I imagine you're the zoo and you're watching the gorilla walk around and the gorilla does something funny and you're like, it's funny, gorilla. And everyone's like, whoa. You know, that's the relationship they have. Callen is a guy that has to watch a gorilla, like everyone say or do something that's kind of like, oh, that's funny. He doesn't understand anything. Here's a banana. Are you okay? Don't eat anything bad. All right. Thanks for tuning in. Join us next week. Bye.
Like Rothschild just said, remind you of the words of Rabbi Rothschild.
Feed the whole crew. With 2 medium, 2-topping pizzas for just $6.99 each from Domino's.
Only is confined by physical limitations.
Yeah.
So the Shema could be anywhere.
Everything gonna be redacted this morning.
So the person closed his eyes and he said, I want to get Eretz Yisrael. The Shema is automatically transported to Eretz Yisrael. So Allah has come with the camera.
When I was a young child,
Then we're going to sit for a bit. Then we're going to sit for a
welcome back. Thanks for joining us. Join the Patreon. Shout out to the people who joined. Join the Discord. We're all on Spotify now. Like and subscribe. How does he say subscribe? But anyways, that's not why you're here. On this week's episode of 10 Minutes Shop, we're going to switch around a little bit. We are going to do 10 minutes of shop on his Instagram page. So without further ado, start the chin clip. All right. He doesn't post
It's stuff like that. Essentially,
Let's
you know, if you
see
go
how
ahead
it goes. They
and
just ghosted.
okay,
Okay, so this one says K-Earth. Let's start here. First of all, look at those likes. Yeah, I'm gonna
some people 63.
goes. Yeah, how many likes, dude?
To me, that's a lot of likes, yeah. Except for the one with
It's like, yeah, what the you got 600 likes.
and all the other clips on almost double that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chris.
Oh, let's give him some. Yeah, let's give him some credit. This is the dude. This is the Israel Adesanya knockout.
When he does that thing with his voice, that that's over. This makes sense. That's my favorite shot. Is there more?
I believe so.
Pretty big, really blockbuster clip posted your Instagram.
He's greatest champion in UFC history. I really do.
Yeah. So you think Shop put $3,000 on this? And if Adesanya wins?
No, 3K grand. Yeah. Yeah. 3,000 K grand. Yeah.
That's what he said.
He says K grand.
Wow. Thankfully, get those laser ears, man. You hear the shot.
Well, he didn't say it there. It's just like he said in the past.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. 3,000 K grand. Yeah, 3,000 K grand. Good for him. Use the device for push.
Let's move over to the next clip. It's Jorge Masvidal retired.
He retired. Nice. Man, good for him. He has so much to go on outside the octagon. This is exactly what he's
It's not man. What did he say?
What's she going on outside the octagon?
Jorge retired. Nice. Man, good for him. He has so much going on outside the octagon. This is exactly what he's asked, man. What a great career, too. He's a guy everyone loves because he never got his due credit that salty record. And finally goes on that epic run until
the point of view is that
this is great. You know, this is not so bad. Hey, they only had to carry the BMFL. That's right. That's right. Yeah, so, Darren Till, Austria, like you look at his list of wins, one of the greatest runs in history, and also
There's so much going on there. First of all, his when he slurs words, it sounds. It reminds me of Crystalia's drug character. I didn't even know I had that. I didn't know I had a desire. I look at it. That's what Shop really sounds like when he talks.
Yeah.
And then also when he's ranting, Masvidal retiring, whatever nonsense he was saying, he's just drunk. That's just like a drunk guy pontificating about nothing. Cheeto comes in and Cheeto makes the most sense. He's just talking about a belt. It's like, okay, I understand exactly what Cheeto said. And the last video he posted with Cheeto on it, there's so many people like, oh, I got you. Cheeto's actually from Venezuela. He's actually from Colombia. 3 or 4 people in countries. So if you know who he really is, he told you just as redacted as Shop. Yeah, but then they set off like 7 countries he's from. He's got to be. He can only be from one country. Cheeto's from Finland. The continent, not the state. Country. Not the state. All right, so here we go. It looks like this one's from what is it called? Takeout Diaries. Truck. Truck. So this one looks like it's from Food Truck Diaries. It's called Brought in from Roar's Finest. Corey Sanding and MMA for breakfast burritos on this week's episode of Truck Diaries. He's looking a little bit Haney Gatsby here.
I've known this kid since he was 15. It's always easy to get on this week's Truck Diaries. Out here. Burritos.
Why did he know when he was 15?
Good question.
I go into fights
We'll see who's better. I do not want to win. To hear Cheeto say that he was on his first day, that like puts me in the bid signing. I wanted him on his best day. Oh yeah, I like to feel like they're engaged. So there's like guys, yeah, those are dope, man. Those are hard to find.
I will wear leather
Shoes. That's the thing I do, but it's funny because he loves shoes so much. Yeah, it's my favorite shoes, back there. I buy everyone I need shoes, so here's a pair of shoes that I got. You can't get these shoes everywhere. These are Carhartt shoes. Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. This is the one waiting for. It says Kingers 101 on the thumbnail. The shop's caption is "Golden Hour Boys Take Over Morning Radio." ATL this Thursday, Saturday. Do you think they're gonna do the hacky morning DJ voice or morning radio guy voice? You betcha. They're really good. They got all the original ideas here. Eric the Big Boy.
What are you fighting for?
What were you going to say? Sorry, I don't know. Actually, I like doing that too.
Secrets to it. Chris, good to see you. The way those things is pixels are sold out for Chris. It's sold out. You can't get inside. There's no way. There's 2 free trade tickets for Chris. 15 secrets to it tonight. No, absolutely not. I'm already playing it. Shut the fuck down because there's too many asses in city.
Why are you sharing?
You have to do something. You have to do
Is that a fake laugh for that, or you think it's legitimately funny? I think Brendan has a wide variety of humor. It's true, they actually have that. It's
fluttering.
that is kind of like a new way of them just being like, all right, so they have a
Look at that
and
list.
they go, all right, so we talk about our numbers being. We talk about how many tickets we sell every week and how the podcast is doing, and like we need to do that podcast. We need to find a new way of talking about it. So we're going to do morning DJ voice. No, they're still going to talk. They can't think with the radio's on in the background. They all turn slow. They hear them like, oh, what if we just do that? And then we can still talk about how many tickets we sell a week. Nice. All right, let's move to the next. This one has the thumbnail. Says Nick Bosa is fun. I love this guy. So I think they're going to talk about how they're gay for rating 100%. They're going to talk about his cock.
I felt like the end. Outside these stupid it's not fair to be that good looking. I mean, brother was a pro.
What are we doing? This is, I don't understand. Why do they talk about this? Do they actually want to make Bosa? I don't know. They should just come out and say, like, well, then there would just be more bits. Yeah. I just don't think it's funny. It doesn't make me laugh. They do it every episode, so they're famous. Yeah. This must be like Couture to the shop fan, the Brian Callen fan. They're like, what guy, what random NFL player they're going to say is hot this week. Yeah.
The guy didn't do black.
I don't even know what to say.
What is it? Black?
If you look at my girl, you
I love when I say
let your lady dip her toe in the pool. Sit. She's so lucky. He gets all
Callen and Trump, NFL players that have sex with their wives.
the guy didn't why
How many supposed to be based in truth? What is that? If I wanted you to have sex with my wife, would you have sex with my wife? You fuck my wife. You fuck her up. You fuck her up. I'm running my wife. She's at Nick Joy Bosa's house. I just can't relate. I guess there's guys out there that like to talk about how hot a guy is and they want to make their time. guy's hot. You should probably. We're not friends any longer.
That I've always
Neither of us hanging out.
Devil's advocate, I feel like it's based off of the humor your woman carries. I guess, like your spouse or partner. If they think that's funny or whatever, then
If they think that's funny, they gotta go too.
well, yeah, maybe you won't find that person attractive. Maybe Brendan's attracted to possibly being fucking
Oh, yeah, no, there's nothing wrong. I'm not insulting you, but I don't think they're serious. They just think this is funny.
Yeah, it's not like
What's turning around?
that's what he says at the end.
Like, why would you want this out? This is a part that you leave, just the show part. You don't clip it out.
Well, before we clip anything out, dude, we got a thumbnail with Joe Rogan. It says, "Just I wonder what this is about." I want to clip this.
Transform a person.
Nothing like a Porsche. All the cars, nothing as far as the trucks.
Energy.
Yeah, the reason 2007 GT3 RS that Sharkworks worked on, every time I get in there, I get
How tall is Sean?
Transform
6 foot
from
something.
an ignorant
Right,
shadow
doesn't fit in the table. I hate when guys talk, like the big guys keep thinking, it's like, is that the thing you notice?
Yeah.
Was a great
Well, how does he fit into that? You know, oh my god, dude.
This high school cliche and
it
shell
just feels amazing. It's just
Commercially, why this? Imagine if I just made a clip for the show where, like, I love my camera hybrid. Somehow when I get in it, you know, I just like the feeling. Like I still got that too. Because Camry hybrid, like,
Did he point away?
They brought you up.
making noises and stuff.
Screaming at everyone.
So,
So this is the reason why we wanted to go down the Instagram deep dive, because being this stand-up clips last week, maybe we want to investigate the Instagram. So as everyone knows, dropped another hot stand-up bit, also another bit stolen, right?
and the people that said they made it so.
Bud Light's a joke. With the caption saying, Bud Light is crazy, huh? So thanks.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Right, here we go.
When the homeless guy's funnier than you. The unhoused of San Francisco would do better on stage than Chop. What does that have to do with you and your jeans? Sir, you're disenfranchised.
What's the upside? The upside is you chose the team. Choose the team. Choose the team. Be decisive. I messed it up with someone. Plus side,
I don't know, because I'm not a marketing genius like Brendan Chop. But if I'm being honest, I don't know whether ad campaign helps them or hurts them in the long run. I have no idea. But I know for sure, Brendan Chop talking about Bud Light does not help. That hurts. That is not going to help your business.
And it's like anybody can script this.
But like, it's like, Brandon, we're going to offer you $5 million to never drink, talk, or support our product again. We want to keep the bro culture. We don't want you in it though. You gotta get out.
We'll handle the backlash from the commercial that somebody walks in and goes, "Oh, Brandon, that was a joke about Bud Light." Yeah, that's like the situation. They're like, they're on fires, and they're like, we fucked up. Like the George Bush meme, you know, where the guy's coming in, we're gonna try us another joke about like. There's another picture of Brendan Schaub wearing tricky Bud Light with Brian Callen. They say they're gay. This is their 9/11. They thought that the controversy with whatever the Bud Light person had done with Mulvaney, and this happened, and they were like, we can't, this is too much to happen to one company. And the CEO starts crying. I'm so sorry. What happened? We won't say his name, but he is real obvious landed.
Everything traction better. Better, right? Better.
Dude, that is awful. That's the worst website I've ever seen. He stole it from somebody else. I haven't seen the other day. So shout out to last year. He put a comment saying, pretty fucking Bud Light. Sorry that he stole your joke, Bob Ducks. I believe you without even seeing it. Yeah, let's watch his version of his idea. Basically, it's going to be this bad.
Everybody's been fucking saying, dude, someone's gonna train you or some shit, dude.
I know leadership, I know the company. That leadership, maybe we might want to run that extra
For fucking years, man. I don't see how much you get.
That's for ourselves.
Honestly, you know, he does do it a little bit better than Bob. Like,
what's better?
not my kind of comedy. Not really for me, but you know, I will give him that is see that Trump stole that.
I told him the mic over here, right? I calmed down.
The brain power of both of these things. I gotta get one here.
Let's go back there.
He's like a clip of you on the internet sucking off of the wiser. Forever. As Chris can see if that guy has kids. Let's watch that video of Grandpa sucking off the bud because of the Bud Light campaign. It says there's
Exception of.
He's so stupid.
Exception of. Right?
It's crazy how Brendan Schaub converts like one person at almost cat. Yeah, everyone is going to be. Last year had nothing to do with Brendan Schaub until he did that. True. And Nathan last year, this is his first step into homelessness and possibly changing his views on that. Yeah, if he's looking for a job, you're changing hiring, maybe. All right, so this next thumbnail says the photo shoot. And numbers-wise,
we're ultimately again making up.
you're a numbers guy. The caption says T-Fat King Fellas, can you take some new pics for the thumbnails? Brian, Yes, I mean, 1,600, that should be, I don't get that unless it's like, well, I'm not going to talk about it, but that's pretty good, because where's that with that? I don't know. Just post that question.
Guys, what
We're gonna watch my thumbnails, pick out what thumbnail you like to see the video does better. What is this is so strange. I promise we will never ask you anything like that. If it's not
Go ahead and
we are doing thumbnails at the end of the episode. So we're gonna choose our thumbnails guy. That's our first post on chain. It's like you pick the thumbnail. Yeah, they probably send people to our house.
I said, cool, say that's what you guys need to go see.
Talking like Schultz. Oh, that thumbnail's in hell. Nah, that one ain't. That one reminds me of my ex. She had hobgoblins. Look at this comment. Did your face get stuck by a bee? Seriously, not even joking. It's still
Kiro Kiro says,
pretty good. What's the yellow bastard thing? That's like a random. That's that movie.
That's actually your second last line.
I don't know, George Marshall or whatever his name is. I don't even know. Are you trying to say that he wouldn't make that reference?
Well, it's an old movie that was good. I enjoyed it. It was made into a movie. It was Sin City. That's what it's from. And I just don't understand why you just pick. He rips these things that his brain remembers from like years ago.
How the comic books were.
Give me that. There's the connection. Yeah, you're right. He was a successful comedy show. Yeah, but just that. I'm sorry. You know, I was wrong. You have to admit when you're making blood. I don't watch something.
Next level is Dicey, to say the least. It's hanging out with Uncle Fred.
Just my son, my 15-month-old. My son sees bright, shiny, sequin thing. He goes, if you want to get his attention, show him a pair of high heels with sequins on it. So he might be a gay dude. He might have a gay dude. I'm accepting it. But if he's gay, he gets a lot of advice from kids. Sir, I'm just saying, you're not a football game, right? There are plenty of games that we're doing different things, right?
They've got to the point where they're not like hilarious in this case. Their children are also gay. Isn't that funny? Everyone is gay in this universe. Maybe this is progressive and we're looking at it wrong. I don't have words now.
And then he laughed, well,
Strawberry shakes. Am I gay, Greg? I have strawberry shakes, Greg.
High school strawberry shakes and some clean. First of all, I'm obsessed with my son.
Eyeliner is so different from strawberry shakes and listening to the band Queen. I mean, a lot of people. Eyeliner, that made me. I was wearing eyeliner. What are they talking about here? That's my question.
I don't even know. You want to read some comments?
Sure.
Alright, I almost crashed my thing at this brilliant.
Go to the
Not watching the show until Callum puts socks on.
good point.
Either that or he have an affinity for strippers. Like this, he'll have an affinity for strippers.
And these are like these are real common T-Fat fans. They're on the same wavelength. These two guys, they get it.
Well, let's go a little further. I'm sure we'll run into some holes. Yeah. Did he just assume that if a baby likes shiny things, that's sexual? Baby.
Yes, he did. You watched the same way, right? No, you got it. You understood it.
I know
He was treated differently because it's Brian's kid. Okay, the kid's spelling it.
Yeah.
Person makes another.
Brian's baby. Say it. Laffy, laffy. The next one is just L, which means floss.
Yeah, that's like the initial L tape.
Cheeks full of Admiral, I can't talk. That's almost cat. That's almost talk like this on stage. It's funnier. No, it's not.
Wrong. You were wrong.
Isn't Callan 70?
You are not allowed
Ryan's max effort wardrobe is killing me, laffy, laffy. Sandals Callan, stupid, he just like shiny shit. 5 to C's.
Their fans love to use the laugh emoji.
Yeah.
The more you use the laugh emoji, the stupider you are.
Okay, here's the next one, dude. Oh, there's actually like
נשמע פיבו,
going to be a trash comedian for
That's
well, let's take it to Alright, so this next one, the thumbnail says samples are from captions. If you walk into an ice cream shop and take samples of basic flavors, you're a home. Them the rules. And he says he has people running his account. I doubt it. He does this all.
Samples are for hoes. Yeah, I agree. Samples are for hoes. Samples make a decision and live with it. If it's bad, don't buy it next time you come to your mom.
God.
Yeah, sample. You sample. You sample. Another one. Samples are for
Man, this is like they're turning podcasting into like a manufacturing job. You know, you go in and you kind of just do the same thing every day. Yeah. You turn on the machine. You're the machine operator. You take somebody comes taps on your head, steps on your brake. They're doing it. Samples are for hoes. Oh yeah. You be hoeing. You be sampling. That's right. Yeah. I sample and I don't sample. All right, tune in next week an hour. He's like, I'm a hoe. Yeah. Yeah, put in say love. If you're a hoe, the next bit is gonna be like, I hate it when people back into the parking spot. Oh yeah, I'll be backing into the parking spot then. You be backing in. That's happening weird. Say less, king. All right, join us next week at Golden Hour. Before we go, what should the thumbnail be? I don't like to floss my teeth. I never floss. If you floss, you're gay. Oh, I'd be gay then. I'd be sucking down dicks left and right. I'd be sucking on. Yeah, you are gay. Tune in next week for the Golden Hour. That's like what it is now. Horrible.
Yo.
Well, let's see if you can read some. This one has a lot more likes, a little less composed. The thumbnail is just Ryan Davis and Javante. Or Ryan Garcia and Javante. I don't know, that's the Marshall guy's name. That's something Marshall. Do you like that movie, Sin City? Oh, yeah, Sean Baker. It's Frank Miller. Frank Miller, that's right. George Marshall's like a senator. Why are you thinking about that? Listen, I'm traumatized by what I see on James, okay?
Yo, when I even asked him how it was
The thumbnail or the caption reads, obviously I'm biased, but I'll take your hands of Dog King Ryan this Saturday. What does that mean? I don't know, maybe they're from the same spot? Like an Iliad Homer? No, like when he says I'm in Homer, I think that means like you're rooting for your hometown maybe, or like your friend. I don't understand this context unless they're from the same area. Yeah. Ryan's been on his blog watching fight things, maybe using it in the context of their friends. Homer Cat sounds pretty good too. Sounds like a home cat. You guys are homers.
I think they do run this fight back 2 or 3 times, and there's a lot of other guys out there that we want to see Ryan Garcia fight. I think Ryan has that personality. Like,
I don't even know why I'm laughing at this way. Just when he talks, he sounds like, so redacted. Yeah, even when he hits the words right. I like how you had to take a deep breath as if like to try to pronounce it correctly. Just Garcia? Just Garcia, yeah. He was taking a deep breath and mention hot cheese. Yeah.
there's cool guys where they make fights happen that the fans want to see. That's why I like Ryan. For boxing, it'd be better if Ryan won. He's down to make those fights happen, whatever it takes, just so the fans see who's the best. Because they have these belts, but they haven't fought the top guys. They just haven't. Ryan's down to make that happen. With boxing, they run from each other. It's not fun. With boxing, he's got a different cloth. He's been doing it since he was for Ryan.
All right. You're 40 or almost 40. Are you still wearing the fucking mouse with the bones thing he's got on there? I think you don't care when you're that old. I'm not going to wear shit like that. I'm going to be like, nah. I mean, I wouldn't care when you're old. That's a good point. But you have that shirt. Yes. But no, well, that's what I'm trying to say. When I'm that old, I won't care. Yeah, Brendan's different. He has to be a fashionista. Yeah, okay. He's going to keep it busy. Brandon's not making sheds or, cleaning the yard. He's cleaning his wardrobe, guy. That is funny.
he is not. He absolutely is not like raking leaves, mowing the lawn, doing his shed. He's like going to. He's on the Instagram buying clothes nonstop and hats at Lids. When he walks into a Lids store, the employees are like, "I'm getting my bonus today. We are selling out all these hats." People are gonna be like, "Where are all the hats?" We saw it in the Brenda shop. Brenda shop walked in. He came in here and he bought hats in the wrong size. Yeah. He's giving out shoes, bitch. Shoes and hats. If we ever meet him and he doesn't give me a pair of shoes, I'd be like, yeah. That's how you know you're bad. That was how you know that Sean's not a huge fan. Oh yeah, he doesn't give you shoes. If Sean's in your life and he has not given you shoes, you're not in the inner circle. You're not part of SEAL Team thing. In the text. Again, no one's going to be asking natties. Well, let us know if you liked this, because we just went through his Instagram and said one of Chang's. Yeah, we're going to do another episode of Chang's right now, but you know what I mean? If you had to rate it out of 10, what do you give his reels on his Instagram? 10 out of 10. Let's get positive. See you next week.
You can't do anything. Zara except for about Zara. You want to make fun of about Zara, you can do whatever you want. All right, both the sponsor, Carabao, Carlos the Bar, Carson, Carayaco.
Rising tide really lifts all boats. Tides can do a lot of things.
Sometimes fear of protectedness from the mist. And I can't help but ask JB, look how many chicks after me out here. Walked there before, seems to be a place that I can't get laid. Lately, I'm starting to think that I should run behind my truck. Whatever PFJ brings, I'll be there. In my trouble, zero brain cells. Whatever PFJ brings, I'll be there.
Shane does.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes Shop. Like and subscribe. Join the Patreon if you want. Discord, everything's on Spotify.
But that's not what you're here for, dude.
Not why you're here. What you're here for is to watch the clips. Start the timer now.
Alright, so Gazelle Firm 8510. It's called We Do Not Matter B.
All right, but we're almost there. You want to say that number stay with love. Jackie Collins.
I said,
He assumes everyone loves him. Yeah. Even with all the what he's eating. When you assume it makes an ass out of you and me, Bob was just making asses out of everybody all the time. Sometimes a week. The only reason why I put this clip so you can do it in person. You want to do it in person, play a little bit more. If you show me this guy from Brazil, I'll do an impersonation of him. Is he from Brazil? It sounds like it. I gotta ask him. By the way, the audio sucks in this movie. Yeah. Sounds like they're filming it at studio. No, as funny as he is, man, that guy.
Tell Brian he's drinking too much wine as that guy.
You drink too much wine. He goes so busy. That's not a wine. That's not a wine.
Calves were set free. Would they run two? Would they run two?
You don't drop. Posted God get dropped by your YouTube channel.
Like the priests of Yahweh.
We already have a motivation.
You know what? You know how you know someone doesn't care when they go, I don't care. I don't think that's what I care.
Yeah, and shout to Gazelle Fern. I heard he recorded that on an iPhone and recorded that. Oh, okay. Terrible audio, yeah.
And then his name's Cheeto. Yeah, Shab didn't say anything about it. It's actually gross. Oh, are you saying gross or growth? Growth. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying the Shab didn't That's very nice. Alright, so this one's called Breast Bridge, posted by Toronto Rapture. There he is. Yeah.
Well, Marshall, people who serve,
what did you do?
rather
I
say,
did Muay Thai and I did Brazilian. Okay, damn, man, that's how I know you.
It's like the exact opposite of what you're supposed to say to people that are younger than you. Young, because there's a big gay, right? Boner alert! Boner alert! Do you drink a lot? Do you like drive? You know, like, it's cool. That's so stupid. I didn't know that Taekwondo was gay. I mean, I think was Taekwondo gay a few years before I, like, 5 years younger than Sean. I think he's upset with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan went like, oh yeah, Joe did Taekwondo. Yeah. I'm going to keep calling Taekwondo gay until you invite me to the mothership. Just naming the waters. I miss that. Good pick up there. That's why I'm retaining. So much to unpack with Sean. Yeah. What are we doing here? I don't know. You have to ask yourself. I mean, with the shop, you know what he's doing there. You might not. Probably no shop, just his reflex carry, you know, and taking shots at Robert. What are we doing here? Okay, so this one's posted by Half Half. It's called Here's the Thing About Big Guys with No Cars. Cool cars, you know. Yeah, it's sucks, you know. They got fries and they got like blow out the back seats. Put their big asses in it. They can't drive anything, no. Ferrari makes cars. People with fast cars, especially big guys. I want to watch this so bad. It doesn't matter if you're any of size, like any of size. Oh, that's your dope ass car. Jeez, I can't wait to fit that thing. That's the takeaway. Legends always return. Criminals return to the scene of the crime. This is that clip is maybe his Michael Jordan moment. How many championships? Six championships. And when he won the fifth championship, he came back and did his second one. And that's what Shaq is doing. That clip's hilarious. Car thing, now he's going back. He's reminding us why he's a black belt. Like, the well's not dry, dude. It's like this big car. Big guys with dope cars. In these sizes, it's a great podcast. You know, that's your takeaway? That big, bro. Alright, that was good nostalgia. This one's posted by Dangerous Design 507. It's called Dirt Serpents.
It's like a big
What's up, fam? Dirt Trails.
It is commitment, right? So Ankos was ready to offer his son Israel ultimately again as a person.
Yeah, Yeah.
I'm so worried that dirt serpents isn't snakes. It's some sort of race. Bob or like some sort of gay joke. But no, dirt serpents is actually kind of fun. Dirt serpents, yeah, that's pronunciation. Yeah, dirt serpents, that's kind of a funny.
Oh, it is a mispronunciation. Don't get it wrong.
What is he trying to say?
He's trying to say dirt serpents. It's dirt serpents.
I missed it. I'm redacted. Can you play it again?
Yeah.
So it's not the way this hour is just want to point out. Stopping.
Pick up that
Skill, his skill level is equal. And you're not showing again. We're entering up with mouth this slow. So that's what when it comes up.
I'm a big fan of his camera movement. Like that whole move, that swift
And so we'll say next
He knows how to vlog. What's that fan?
Yeah.
stop. One second.
Serpents. I was thinking, like, you know that.
Oh, hey, Dirt.
Why do you talk whenever Brendan? It's so hard to understand Brendan, but you talking on top of that.
You guys, otherwise I'm posted, you know this. I do see one like catch it in my tank.
Begin by taking hours.
Put a serpent in the tank.
Howard coming
I'll put it on my tank. Is that what you said?
In my tank.
In my
By
tank.
the His fish tank?
Oh, yeah. Of course. He's balls deep in fish. He's going to drown the snake.
He's going to be balls deep with killer fish.
He's going to be balls deep in a peanut head.
Oh, he got a tank.
The whole mass.
So many tanks.
Was with that, let us begin. That is summit.
Snakes is the point.
We are going to pick up on the summit days of
Saturdays,
We're going to pick up 2, 4, 5
Pacific, live up to Brooklyn. I'm in Atlanta.
So it's just looking at a very
Matt Ryan jerseys, Matt Sharp, off. Jazz to the show, Atlanta, next Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The search for these serpents.
So why do you exact
The search for these dirt serpents continues.
Really fucks it up at the end.
Yeah, he kind of gives up on the English language at the end. See you later, English language. Good news. He introduced all the words that I listen to.
Meanwhile, over on Brock Callen's Instagram, this was posted by Logical Scientist 2221. It's called Ray Best is going straight to being Crowder's bitch.
And he bowed. Now, he did all the things the hell
Let's
of
name the waters.
He did all the things. Yeah, that is point to the but again,
Let's go live. Let's make the best show ever. Already live.
Look at it, Jack. But the point is that I love for myself, and I love for myself that
Let's go live here, guys. This is how we do it.
acts.
Trouble, right?
Again, it's important to get the names down over here. So this is that guy sent over to
All right, this was posted by Ty Fire Eagle. It's called Bro Gossip Dicey Dice.
How long is it?
So the other guy is from the ocean, and the ocean essentially says get that out of the basement.
What is that?
Get that statement out of the basement.
Oh, it's like a place where they bash Brennan Schaub's podcast.
Oh, really?
Can you hear about that?
All of Redditors to comedians, Reddit shop. There's nothing else there. So many Reddits are probably way bigger than T-Fact Reddit, right? All that I do.
Too much to hide.
Yeah, you're 2 million members of Too Much to Hide. Don't even know if you probably double.
Great summer. I've never seen it.
More people want to watch boobs than try to make a boob of themselves. I mean, I'm on the same boat as him, though. I don't really know anything else about Reddit. That's
learning
Yeah, but you can tell he's really homeless because he's like, where we discuss the podcast. He said when they hate on his
So the
podcast.
says as follows.
You're like, there's this whole subreddit like bashing all the LA comics, and you're like, take a look at that.
Right, so the says as follows. So
Besides Bobby, all the younger folks, not the old folks, have gone and looked, because it's like a spectacle. Like, Fighter Union subreddit was like a place where everyone was like, oh, you know, you're shitting on British Sean Brian Callen.
Once more.
I'd be like, oh, really? You go look at it, you another cut it. You're like, I looked at that place, and there was some shit going on with Andy Letterman. We had an eyewitness.
Interestingly enough, how other reporters that's what I would say to say. There's a lot of each performance don't say to be on my
Yeah, he even knows about it. I can't imagine, at this point, I can't imagine not knowing about it. I know normal people probably have no idea. But if somebody in my life was like, oh, I haven't heard that. It's like, excuse me, you didn't know about 9/11? Yeah. Do you not know about the war in Ukraine? This is big news. Okay? Get your head out of the rocks, head out of the ground.
I would have said that just like fire was part
My
of the
girlfriend
process
consumes
of the
purely Spanish entertainment, and she knows about this dude.
Yeah, she better. Yeah, of course. She knows what welcome to my dream.
So this is fundamental focus. So you might say, the Latvian censorship.
Gotta go to the place where you read it and fill it. Just some old cats.
That whereas every
I don't know, man. It's just
punishable
PFJ.
like that, you go and trigger fire,
That talk shit.
that's quote unquote only punishable by a law. In other words,
There you go. See, you guys are funny. It's a little bit of catnip for you all.
Maybe it's gonna bring the short time back out of high school.
Yeah. Canned soda rates subreddits 7 times a week.
that there is individual liability
All right,
for
so
every
this is
type
pretty
of
short. It's posted by
transgression.
UL-I-5
I'm gonna flip with
or
this.
L-I-5
It's like one island device.
handle.
No matter what you do, no matter how many transgressions you go ahead.
Here's my thing. That's scary. It's not done. Here's the thing. But here's the thing. You're not shit to me about it. Here's my thing. That's scary. It's not done. Here's the thing.
He's a little like her, but I think he's
So now
the tiger
put
thing.
the socks off, which is
Tiger thing, call me my brain. Don't know what I'm saying. What I'm saying. I don't know, bitch. Never go full tiger thing, dude. Never go full tiger. No, stop yourself from like 2 or 3 shots. It'll get real ridiculous. You just start building the ground. People walk around.
Because the one that tells you can't worship Avodah Zarah.
You know I was
The
drunk.
Torah also
Alright, so this one's called Rings Over the Thick Boys Squad, posted
why
by
single out
Siphon on
Why
Filter.
single it out? So the Gemara says, remember, I'm glad they addressed that. As the Torah was singled out. So social prostration, right? Prostration down was also singled out. Whereas normally worship of the death but prostration down is only allowed. Command over Habar the Khalid yourself. According to the opinion of Habar was singled down. The word don't say that word. Habar Nami the Khalid yourself. So prostration was also singled out in order to go ahead.
I don't know. Why would you talk about someone's dad being?
I don't know. Well, it's his grandbaby.
Mom, can you come pick me up? They're talking about the dad being. I can't get over the Trump.
That the person went ahead and offered up
just like Trump.
and sprinkled libation
We all know I'm
right?
addicted.
And did all of these
You might
different
know
things. And bowed down
Joe
to
Rogan is my dog. I look up to Joe. He's a great guy. I never met him.
So we're trying to figure
That's why
out
Sarah got buried, built the ground that walk on.
We all got buried. We love him, but now we don't like too much. I don't like him too much now because he's
the last
ridiculous.
killer of the OC.
So it's not
So
very
you might suggest that
numbers.
maybe
He's a great guy. Do I matter? No, I know I don't matter.
just like Shabbos,
Doesn't
you
matter
have
the
one
most.
halacha that was
Someone
singled
say the
down.
most is
Why was the halacha singled down? Rabbi Rothschild says in order to teach that it's only above, whereas everything
Alright,
else
so
forget.
this one is posted by Easy 1030, and it's a mixed dish of tonight's cow bass fight companion.
So it's the same about Avodah Zarah. Why was frustration
We get this main event.
singled out?
There's episode
According
of
to what
Cowboys
I'm
Fighting
in order to make
Companions.
it whereas Avodah Zarah function like that, frustration is ruled by Allah. Second, individual reliability.
What do you want to do?
I think it's like a Freudian sort of be a cook. They said like
I hate doing it.
Why not?
I don't want to take your money.
Still no. I kind of put on some.
So everybody here.
There it is again.
Deal guys, tweet out right now. Dude, $79.99. Dude, you're the best, Uncle D. Every fight you get brought to I get my feet, my toenails done. Yeah, I've done that before. I don't like it. I don't like it because they make fun of me. I don't just think it, Chinese. And they go, oh, Godzilla, big toe. I can never say that. That's my favorite.
He knows. Is he saying that he can speak Chinese? No, he's saying Chinese. I know, but he just said Godzilla, big toe. Is he saying they can translate from their Chinese?
Oh, no, I think he's saying
That's the only thing they have. The only thing that Chinese toenail technicians say in English is that, oh, Godzilla, and you have big toenail. I don't think so. Yeah. No, he's like, you like my finger in your bubble for a long time. He goes, Shaw, I'm sorry about your toe. They don't have accent.
They're
The other after the bus says,
no,
man, but something they close who want to suck off. Both of us, Joe Burrow too. Not so much.
They're never happier than when they're making these stupid, awful, gay jokes. It's the happiest moment. You see, he licked lips after he said he would bang them all for free. Earlier, he was his lip. He said, I'll do that for free. And then he licked his lips as if he'd said the greatest joke ever said. More jokes about being gay.
and
This whole show is
sometimes
happening.
acts and reliable
There
or
he is.
Another joke.
To everybody here.
I do for free, but the point is,
witness of the
Sorry.
what's up?
There's no alcohol. No, man. But sometimes there's they close it. We want to suck off. Both of us.
Joe Burrow too.
From one
Not so much.
Not so much. A couple of hands.
Joe Burrow's not hot enough for running Shabbos. So. No, they're saying that they wanted to suck them off. Joe Burrow wants to suck off the teeth that king out. I don't think so. Isn't that what they're saying? What are we doing here? No, I think they're saying that they want to. Oh, let's watch it one more time. Just wait, they're going to put more context to that.
multiple levels of
Right
reliability.
No, man. Sometimes it may. They close it. We want to suck off.
Oh, it's hard to tell. Yeah, because as usual, English language is razor thin. Razor thin margin. We finish.
Joe Burrow too.
Not so much.
Not so much. A couple of hands. Yeah, she's. Who's that guy?
The giant black guy? He's the star guy. Yeah.
So the guy says, shit, try. What is it? For example, a person goes ahead and writes. A person goes ahead and writes.
In the history of comedy right here, Bob. Alright, so this one's posted by John Rapture. It's called Callan. I have a friend of the left, the goddess left. Here we go.
What's your honest feedback on an Andrew Tate? Because I want to get caught up with you. That tape rape, that was a consensual thing. I know that. She even came on and said, yeah, she asked for it. This is what categorically absolutely.
I think it's so funny to drop this video randomly in the middle of the dude.
What did he say? He said it was fake when he was being
Yeah, so Jake was in a consensual relationship on some TV show.
Write the name shit.
And they claim this to be shit worse.
Yeah.
Against me, I think at the end of the day, he's a good guy and a college man who probably says over this to be a high value male and then attract a high value heart, theatrical and strong. What I've heard him say isn't that he's saying anything bad. I don't know enough about him.
He's completely represented as a huge as a huge army foe, but he's completely against the left one. He's now, right, they need an enemy. They need that enemy that they have focused on. Shit like that. For a reason,
I know that it's
on this,
but I don't know that all of
jail in Romania is awful. Awful. That's
what
one time he was really spending there.
what did I do? I think, oh,
horrendous. That's horrendous. It's horrible.
I didn't know he's a redneck.
Then I go,
My thoughts on this is this.
I know that it's not.
He's great. I think people makes like a point that's sort of incoherent. I think you just be like, you know what, I like to take. And then this guy's like, here's the thing. He's like, oh, one more thing before you start saying more smart than what I just said.
I just go. So let me just go.
I have a few more things to say, and then I'll let you talk about them.
I know people that are
if I know that it's shot this,
it
but I
makes them
don't know that the
way bigger.
so
They fucked up.
I
You're fucking with the wrong guy. It's like when you go after people like, God, know who you're fucking with. Like when they went for Rogan, they went for Entry, it makes them bigger. That fan base
and ultimately, again,
Yeah, and I'm one of the things that happens is they just keep pushing me over. I am not a friend of the left. I'm godless left. It's so fun.
When you start talking.
when I know that it's Chavez, then it's appropriate as the other performance, his own show.
Yeah, what do you
And
feel
therefore generates
left?
his own liability.
I think you want to know my politics.
My issue is not with Malala, but my issue is Chavez. And therefore, interestingly enough,
My politics, I'm balls deep.
Balls deep on Trump, dude.
I'm balls deep.
Okay, interesting.
Alright, so this one is.
I remember again.
This one's posted by LOL's
But then they have all this other.
It's called Thick
How did
Crust.
this whole thing start?
Look at all these sexy dudes, you know, like there's a fucking chiseled bitch. Yeah, like he's got the slick hair, the cool shoes, got a chain on. Like, I would never even think about a chain. I can't white part of bacon, yeah. Yes. Oh, the white part of bacon. So good, but damn, boy. Yeah. Thick and not good for you. Yeah, he's a thick crust. He's got the cheese in there too. Oh, yeah, you stretch it, it pulls. Yeah. I know.
Hours of clips of people making fun of the shop in front of me. I can't thank God for the shop. I'll tell my that long shop. I don't want
I know, but he's like 7'1", huge piece on that ass. That's great. One leg, dude. That's a fucking piece of the knee.
He's
got ligaments. Stand on his head. Dick stand. You were on Logan Paul's podcast. Oh my goodness. You're denim and vagina. No, that's why nuts like that. You know the problem is the jeans are too tight. No, that's not the problem. No,
The 99 problems are the fact that you don't have a
Works like you have a vagina.
He does normally require
Just kidding about my love.
cutting a bolt So let's say
Alright, so
Aqua
this
is the actual
one's posted by
Say
Yeezy
Aqua
1030. It's called Mama Can't Stop Thinking About Blackfish.
That's what the primary categories
is our favorite. That's our North Star. Oh, yeah.
what's like at SeaWorld? I watched that Blackfish documentary. Never go back afterwards. Blackfish.
Okay, first of all, Blackfish before going. Yeah, and he's talked about it. Also, the way he started talking about Blackfish is very similar. I'm now just noticing to the way Forrest Gump, the way Bubba talks about shrimp. Exactly, that's the speech pattern that Bubba has. So CT clearly playing a role. Yeah, he's for most of the beginning of this podcast, right? Differences are all Blackfish. Mama had Blackfish, but Killer Whale never made the show. And it was definitely one of the funniest things they did. And now he's saying he just got people. We saw the picture from Galaxy. Yeah. He goes and he's like, I just watched my friend. He goes to SeaWorld and he goes to SeaWorld and he goes. Yeah, you're right.
For example, I know
How many penguins did he hunt? Let's
I
find
didn't
out.
know.
They had a trainer, she just gets
What's called a hawk?
on the news. It was like, no,
Now remember, buying something is everything. Because in this case, I knew I wanted to sell it was awesome. What didn't I know? I didn't know like technical and stuff.
Yeah.
So you fight for show people, show people. I'm fighting each and every act. So that would be the case of Aquas.
He came out. There's an Asian doctor at SeaWorld.
And it's Aquas.
Just a shot.
So one
What's
act,
paying
one act, one
What's paying for live?
Hold on, dude. Didn't you tell me a killer whale to kill?
next. Those are the example of multiple acts in the level of liability.
They say
She
in
does
the wild
one
there
of
has been
them.
no real life
That
difference,
became so say where
Ted Bundy. Yeah, I was assuming that I was wrong because I had heard that killer whales really don't. When's the last time you
again, in
heard
that
of a
case,
killer whale
there's multiple
killing
acts.
somebody in the
One
ocean?
layer
Almost
of
never.
one level of
He was under the
liability.
ocean.
That's one of my say,
Sharks
you know that it's an apple bizarre.
Sharks kill humans on the beach.
By the way,
Yeah,
how cheap you guys have all this stuff up and take
Oh,
well, it's good.
dang, dude, I thought that was
This
the sea.
fucking back yesterday.
I
You might say,
don't know the difference between the ocean and the sea. I think they're the
what
same thing.
it means
The
mistakenly
sea
worship
is
of
the ocean is the big water. Sea is like
Right? How
Salt Lake.
slick, like what
Or no, wait, what's the sea? Salt Lake is a lake.
over here?
Wait, the sea is like the Caspian Sea. Or is it?
You can't stop it.
Edit this out. We're not editing this
Stop.
out. Okay, so this one's called
So if you
The Counts Talk About Bapa Pissing in the Sea. Posted by Sword Armor. Oh, I don't know. I think it's just like a weird added part to the universe. Like, the sea
got down to it,
universe.
and it turned out that it was an apple design. So we'll say that's not what it was at all. Or in people, we'll say, again, there, intention is totally pure. So there's no I'm going to show you apple design, right? So it's like, you have confidence in social design. Just so you understand, number one, you ever heard of bowing down to a shoe?
It doesn't seem real that they do that. It's kind of nuts.
Like the song that we're it
doesn't feel real. That makes me British. I don't know. British always sounds fake.
You know, it sounds like we're doing a joke that we're talking about Brandon Rose, so he's
We don't bow down for sure. But it's because you gotta understand that's all. You thought it was a show, and as if that's
I saw how he made it. I can only do like one British accent. You have that film as a vagina. British people haven't been that pooped it up. In England, you can just pee anywhere you want. You're like, I'm just even to be peeing.
so the nice that the other things over there was me myself.
Have you seen this clip?
Now down to it. Hurry people,
All right, so this one's called Brian Count Right Wing Power Hour, posted by Fire Eagle.
Now, they're on a joke, they're going to censor it, suppress it.
when you're
So you have
children,
to, I think, are you saying that people on YouTube and social media companies are sensitive to words? Yes. It's not fair. Speech on YouTube anymore,
it's hard
Pause it.
to
It's
hold
very
to that right. In fact, there are
Maybe YouTube suppresses some of I don't doubt it.
well,
But there's no way that
that's
they're
your learn
suppressing
Torah.
TikTok. Too stupid and irrelevant and unimportant.
If you have
There's no way he is getting shadow
it's
banned.
beautiful
For
and
what?
fulfilling, and it feels
Were they trying to stop us from buying toe holds and on it?
what's the true metric?
They need to go.
That's
trying to prevent us from prevent people from killing themselves.
But
Yeah,
if it's
they're
part
the
of
first
the
one
wants
over
to
to
work,
that's possible. He is advertising chewing tobacco.
works are hard.
But definitely nothing political. There's something that Shop says that threatens the
You can say that
fabric
about
of
me.
democracy.
You can say that about me after.
Yeah, whatever. And Rand.
Yeah, I don't know. We've got Channel Bay before.
Yeah, it seems like it. We do.
I mean, literally
You're not allowed to say that
before.
alarm went off
Yeah,
in the
because
morning.
Pixel.
My heart
No, because of
Because
president.
also Hunter Biden thing,
Right,
right?
it's like my heart belongs to
Yeah, so I mean, that was
weird.
That was weird. They took down our Hunter Biden.
Yeah, and for no reason, just like we broke some sort of policy, but it was like
I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I read it. I was like, oh my god, you know?
Yeah, we
I was
all
terrified. I was terrified.
We were like, took us down.
Yeah.
Said, now they're not getting rid of our.
Because
I was like,
that's
what do we have to do to make it up to you?
What
dude?
Get confused.
I prefer saying they were not censoring anybody. And I think right now they're not doing it, but right now it's not so right now. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's absolutely right. So what are you talking about here? You look up there,
I always say, it just seems like if you have a point of view that is counter to the corporate narrative, the straight corporate narrative.
Oh my god, how do you listen to this? Not fall asleep.
It's so boring.
nothing to do with
They should just be like, you know what Rumble is? Rumble. The mainstream corporate narrative. What are you talking about? You guys are two comedians. You don't know the damn thing about any of this.
I think they're terrified of them blocking homophobic jokes.
Everyone else was down
That's a good man.
What are we living off Afghanistan? That's what we're living Afghanistan.
You need Rumble. They were doing it all.
Rogan, that Schomburg, they were Rogan. It's pretty fascinating.
That's why again,
I think that what I got from it was that Trump was saying, and I remember
I love that Brian. He's way too like smart to really think that they just saying it. That's awesome. That's the dark side. You really just start saying something you fully don't believe.
I think that Trump was trying to drink this one.
Let me call that by number 5. The first time I that's
Draw your kite.
love the culture.
It's only 1,000 they can do.
Yeah, and then you speak up.
So the Gemara says,
Murderers row, right? I mean, how good is the mothership?
that was the case.
It's
He's where a person says it's multiple
people like Waluigi and Joe Rogan think about their stuff, their material, dude. That's like best praise. Every day they're going out there and just slaying. They're murdering. People are dying from laughter, which Schultz talks about black guys having big tits. It's in their shorts. But you can see small shorts out. That's some shit that I'm like, what is this George Carlton talking? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is like if Carl picked up a microphone and was like, check it out. That's me, that chick over there who's breaking this bug. That guy right there is eating that shit. Voter alert! Voter alert!
If I told you I questioned the OR, would you believe me?
Tell out the deep state.
I can create alternatives, and when you live them and reinforce them for long enough, they actually become endless. So the Gemara says, "Oh, what the guy says, I didn't know. So the Gemara says, "Tishot devayne Rav Nachman, how zeb yadomau." So it's interesting enough. Now, if you can tell me over mutter is putter, so interestingly enough, this helps me resolve another case. What's the other case? Helon zeb. Let's say I didn't know about a Zarah, and I didn't know about any of the accompanying modes of worship. What's the halacha? Tif showed they don't give halachas. So it appeared that ultimately, again, he would only be chayiv once. So the Gemara says holocaust. So the Gemara says, they don't chayiv halachas. Holocaust. But Tif showed they don't should be a question. I resolve it. When we spoke this, now 1 second. Let's go back for a second. to apply to Avodah Zarah. But can you really go ahead and these psukim to apply to Avodah Zarah? Dilu halcha ksiv b'mashiach par. Dilu halcha ksiv b'mashiach par yisir u'biyachid kivsa u'sira. I suppose again, all of these different levels of liability, you have the par coin gap, which is a par. The offering, the guilt offering, if the nasi rules erroneously, right? That's a seer. And for an individual, it's a kivsa usira. Either by bolas idolatry. It's not the shavin shebesira kiyachid. Ultimately, by bolas are both say the Gemara taught that halacha offers out a seer like the individual. Okay, so Gemara says. Rashi points out that Rabbi Ilu ba'avodas kacham itayel kishavin Rabbi v'chachamim shekai Mashiach v'sir kiyachid. Gemara says that Gemara concludes this discussion. V'su lo midi. There is nothing to discuss regarding this particular topic. Now look at the last Rashi. Lo midi. Like all the shinuyim midi hilchah. Naf kolon chilik malachos ma'avodas el mishtach hava k'askaf Rabbi Yosef. So bottom line, the Gemara says over here. Interestingly enough, there is a similarity between the Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. What's the similarity? Which was say, by the way, the similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, I think Mercy quite perfectly. Whoever is Shabbos, it's as if he is worshiping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our as a creator. That without it, there is no belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The primary essence of the Ribono Shel Olam is as a historical and contemporary creator. Shabbos is the day that solidifies that, right? We abstain from creative activity in order to yield that creative to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, failure to is tantamount to worship of Avodah Zarah. The Gemara takes that comparison a step further, just to teach us, although it's from two different sources, that just like Shabbos, the Torah goes out and singles out, can show you that there is individual liability for every act of Chol Shabbos. So to the Torah singles station by Avodah Zarah to teach us that there's an individual level of liability for every act of worship of Avodah Zarah. Okay, so the Gemara says, "I'll skip the Amar." So I'll say on the base. Chomer b'Shabbos b'Shabbos. Chomer b'Shabbos b'Shabbos. It's a chumrah that Shabbos over other mitzvahs, and there is a chumrah that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Chomer b'Shabbos. What's the chumrah of Shabbos? 3 lines down on 62. These days on days. Chomer b'Shabbos. Shabbos also shrayim be'elam echad. Chayav akalachos da'achos. So what's that? Okay, so now we'll repeat this, and we're going to define it a little bit. Shabbos. If you committed 2 malachos, the hell of echad. Now, 2 malachos in one lap. Now again, we'll have to discuss what kind of laps we are talking about over here. What's the laps? Now the pashtos sounds like, well, we'll discuss. So also try the hell of echad. If you want to head into 2 malachos in one lap, chayiv akol achas da'achas. You are chayiv for each individual malacha. So again, there's a lapse that good. You want to question. Came to Shabbos. Now that is not true by other mitzvahs. Apparently by other mitzvahs, if a person commits 2 transgressions, let's say in one lapse of awareness, you're only going to be chayiv once. Okay, now that's on the other hand, Chomer b'Shabbos. On the other hand, other mitzvahs have liability over Shabbos. Now so, Shabbos, so it comes up mitzvahs. Shadal lomis kadein chayiv. This is very interesting. If you accidentally perform a malacha or an avera without kavanah, you are going to be chayiv. Masha'in came to Shabbos. This is not true by Shabbos. I will say that this is very interesting. So I will say, I just want to introduce what we're talking about this aspect. We're going to see about say when it comes to added violation of the law. There's 2 typical ways that can occur. There's typical shogeg. Now, what's typical shogeg? Typical shogeg is, for example, let's say Hilchos Shabbos. I know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that turning on the light was also. For example, right? So I know that it's Shabbos. I'm shogeg. There's another thing called misasik. Misasik. I am involved in a totally different act. I can't change any act. And as a result of that act, something prohibited occurs. Meaning, whereas if you take a look at the light case, right? I had kavanah to turn on the light, right? What was my mistake? I didn't know you're not allowed to do that on Shabbos. That was my mistake. So again, act, which is lack of awareness for what it is. This asik is the moment means they didn't have kavanah to do anything wrong. It just happened to be as a result of what I was doing, something else occurred which was prohibited. So now we'll go back. Over Shabbos, so that there is a chumrah, there's a chumrah of other mitzvahs over Shabbos. Shevishar mitzvahs, shagah, drov, miskabe, chayiv. Ultimately, again, if you go and do a shogeg, that kavanah your chayiv, Mashiach came to Shabbos. Right? Shabbos, if there's no act, you're not chayiv, right? At any level of intention, Shabbos requires intentionality. So my other is if you perform an aveira even without intentionality, you're going to be chayiv by Shabbos. You're only chayiv with intentionality. So let's analyze this. So the Gemara says, for example, Amar Bar. Let's now dissect this. Chomer b'Shabbos. What's the chomer of Shabbos? Shabbos also shtal. Remember again what you just said. On Shabbos, if you performed brachos, one lapse, then what's the halacha? You're chayiv for each and every halacha. Okay, so the question like this: what's the case? This is fascinating. Okay, so let's say on Shabbos, maybe you went ahead and you violated some Shabbos morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested, you harvested and you ground the wheat, right? So that's harvesting and grounding. So let's say you did both of those things. Some people won't do anything else, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest and you grind. So two different malachos. So we'll be into that. For example, so let's say I will say again, the parallel case would be you ate forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so just like by Shabbos, Sira and Techila, two malachos, you're doing those things in one. So you're eating forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so the Gemara says, I don't know. In both of those cases, it makes sense that you'll be told by blood. Or supposed to remember again. The Gemara said before that Shabbos has a chumrah over other averos. How so? Or other mitzvahs. That by Shabbos, if you perform two acts, in one you're chayiv twice. Whereas for others, only be chayiv once. The Gemara says that's not true. By Shabbos, let's say I go and I do Sira and Techina in one lap. Okay, so the parallel case would be I eat blood and chayla in one lap. So by Shabbos, it should be chayiv twice. But if you eat blood and fat, I will say, what's the halacha? You should also be chayiv twice. What's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, hello, listen to this. What would be a parallel case like that you would only be chayiv once? What would be this? The awful chayla, the chayla. You know, we'll say there, I eat two cases of chayla in one lapse of awareness. Can't get enough of that. Right? So we'll say, so what happens? In one lapse of awareness. So we'll say, so apparently in that case, you'd only be chayiv once. The Kabbalah got Shabbos 0. So we'll say, by Shabbos, if you were to perform two acts of harvesting, right? Harvesting one, then go back and harvesting two, there would be dual liability for that. So the Gemara says, I don't know, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. By Shabbos also, if you were to harvesting, right? But you have addition of each other, the element. But you also only be chayiv. The item, the Amarla, trying to live rough. Now, by the way, this is why you see that called Rav Zakkai to get this teaching out of here. Right? That in other words, he didn't like this memory. He did not know that this actually made any sense. So let's now understand here, those are this. So let's go to the original case. The case of Hilchos Shabbos, where if you perform two acts in one hela, there's dual liability. What's the case? Like we said before, it's Shabbos morning, I harvest the wheat and I grind it. Right? Two malach. Again, all of this is in one lapse. The question is, what's the lapse? What's the lapse? I didn't know that. Clearly, I did not know that I'm grinding. So there's going to be okay. So now, what would be the corresponding case? Let's say by another Avera, where in one lapse it only results in singular life. Okay. Okay, there it is. Rabbi Ami says, because if you slaughter, right, offer incense, like offer libation, you do all of these things for Avodah, all in one lapse of awareness. What's halacha? Romichai once. Romichai once. So let's say, what is the contrast? So like before the last by Avodah, if halacha you perform multiple acts of worship, you're only chayiv once. To which the Gemara says, you can't set this up without Avodah. Why not? You're trying to save on. You're looking at the right. So, over Shabbos, right? Of Shabbos over other mitzvahs. That's the person suggesting. What was the answer to the right? So the other right was that there's a Shabbos household. Shabbos says, Shabbat for other mitzvahs. If you perform an accidental act without, there's liability. However, again, Shabbat goes however, by Shabbos, remember again, by Shabbos, if you do shogeg without kavanah, you're patur. Right? Shabbos requires kavanah. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Shogeg is not coming what is shogeg below kavanah? What is that case? What's the case of avodah zarah without kavanah liability? Here we go. If I bow down to a building and I thought the building was a shul, right? But it turned out that it was that's not avodah zarah at all. Why? How are you people to shamayim? Because as you said before, again, my intentions are pure. My intentions are absolutely pure. Rather, what's the case? The case is where I bow down to a statue. I bow down to a statue. Say if I'm bowing down to a statue as a god, makes it to. Then again, that's amazing. But if I do not accept it as a god, then low klum. You will say it's nothing. It's nothing. Hello. Rather, what's the case? The case is where I'm bowing down to the idol, but I'm down to it ultimately again out of love or fear for a particular individual. So once again, honey chalabai. So that makes sense. My says that there's liability for such an act. My great Rabbi who says that's your partner. What is he saying? Hello, but Omer Mutter. Rather, I will say, what's the case? The case ultimately again is where the person thinks that it is mutter to worship idolatry. The case. Shabbos, the part of the Gabre. So we'll say interesting enough. So apparently Omer will create some level of liability by a but ultimately, again, by Shabbos would be to the Gabre. Again, we'll see if that's true. You know, if that's true. That's Rabbi Rothschild. Ankan, nobody not Elam Zeh. So remember, Abu this point from I'd come up while you need Rabbi Helam Zevazet. I was only asking Rabbi about Helam Zevazet. In other words, with the lapse of awareness on both areas. As I will say, the question of liability was always a very simple question. Are you going to be tired once or are you going to be tired multiple? That was the question. The Gamre no one, or I should say, asks for the question. Is there anyone who says the liability is a complete exception? Is there anyone who said that you're totally putter for anything? For which the Gemara says, why not? My kushya, the old Lafa, Reisha Ba'avodas Shabbos. They were saying, Reish is talking about Zara, the safe and how so. Shagag below Miskabi. What are we talking about over here? We're talking about a case of an accidental commission of Aveira without Kavana. The Kasavar, what would be an example of that? We'll say for example, what would be an example by a general of Shogeg with Kavana? So here it is. Roku Upalo. So here's what it is. It has to be a piece of chilib in my mouth. I forgot that there's chilib in my mouth. I just think it's saliva, so I swallow it. So it was a typical Shogeg case is where I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that it's up. This case is a little bit different. So over here, I don't even have one of the active indicators. Like in other words, it's one thing that I want to be able to just really form. In this here, I have something in my mouth. I forgot that it was still, but I just said saliva. So I swallow it. So there I will say there's not even kavana. The kasavar, that's shagag below the kasavar. Kasavar, roku bolo. That will say the halacha is. So remember, you're going to contrast between this and sharaderes. So by other words, even if you have abs kavana for the commission of the avera, but you do it, there's liability. I forgot that there's standard in my mouth. I thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. I absolutely kavana for anything that's inside. That's fine, right? But I'm still chayiv. Interestingly enough, Gemara says Masha'ekin Shabbos. They say Shabbos is going to be butter. If you don't have kavana for the act by Shabbos, Yerba says, Shinis, for example, Shinis Kavi Lahagbias Atalush, the Chata Kasab Chuber. Content was it's not saying case. Let's say on Shabbos, I go out on the ground. So I want to make this salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber, and I figure to myself that the cucumber is detached. Because it's detached, therefore I get a smoter for use. It turns out I pick it up, and I end up picking it out of the ground, which is one of the malachos. So let's say, interestingly enough, on Shabbos, you are potter. You are potter for that. So I was saying, because we're going to see the verses, Rav Nachman Amar Shmuel. There's like a Rav Amar, HaMisasik Bechavim, U'Ba'arayos Chayiv Shekin Ned. So say, listen to this. Misasik. Remember again, what's Misasik? Misasik means I am involved in a permitted act. But what ends up happening is I end up doing something prohibited. For example, by the Chiyuv cases, what we just saw, I totally forgot about it. I just thought it was saliva. That's the case of misasik. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally permitted, but it turns out to be something prohibited. There's still liability for that. Interestingly enough, same thing by arayos, by immorality. Right? So this, right, where again, I have kavanah to do something permitted, but it turns out that something Ruvain is ready to have relations with his wife, Rachel, but through some confluence of events, that he ends up having relations with Rachel's sister. Slipped, right. Let me say again, but it's some type of mistake occurred, right? And he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. But again, that was not intentions. There was no intentionality of this. Interestingly enough, lack of intentionality. I feel like people say that all the time by Ariel. So nice again. But in this case, legitimately, his intention was to have relations with his wife. Through some events, he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. I mean, I don't know how he's going to explain that. Right? But myself, that's not our problem for today. All other averos, the intentionality still results in liability. By Shabbos, and here it is, Meleches Machsheves Asrato. When it comes to Shabbos Christ Meleches Machsheves. Meleches Machsheves means intention. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. Then, when you go to pick up the cucumber, thinking that it's fresh, and it turns out that you lift it up and you just plucked it. There's no liability for that because you need Meleches Machsheves. So we'll say something. So we'll have to stop over for today. Hello to myself. These factions. First of all, the one thing that you do have commonality about is that created liability, just like Shabbos. You also have that by Avodah Zarah. Which the difference between Shabbos by Shabbos and Avodah Zarah is that you can be chayiv out infringement liability. And the distinction, however, is by all other averos of Osai, liability results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is their liability. Today, let's say we are calling Zimmer to Solar Hashem this afternoon for flights tonight. So I'll be there at 12, but Shir will go on. We'll be broadcasting the Shir back here in Feit Avi Fogel. We'll be taking over our technology logistics over here. While our logistics team is on site, we're going to be broadcast here every day. Meretz Hashem, at Shabbos, we'll still keep going strong in Meretz Hashem. Two chavros, one here and one there, so Halabai. We'll all get off and Meretz Hashem to join together to share the Karov.
I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my right to have
Sponsorship and those great things I need to. That's very fine print. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank the Cookson family.
What was that site? To get this special radio offer, go to leafilter.com/radio.
We're sponsoring the annual Talmud Torah. It's for the Sarasovos for Israel. Okay. So what we had is what we had yesterday. So brief reminder. One of the statements we make in the morning is Video Shatorah and direct on the 12 Davar Shahaya Makla. Yatsa Makla Lamed, Lo Lamed Al Ashmor Yatsa, Ella Lamed Al Kol Hakla Kula Yatsa. In other words, for example, the Torah is warning us that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Avodah Zarah Tzvicha is obviously a violation of the Torah because we're worshiping that Avodah Zarah. Now, what happens is that specific force or deity or that Avodah Zarah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like to eat that Avodah Zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere in the West Coast and find an Avodah Zarah, and the person decides to check an animal, but that's not how it's worshipped in that society, it's still a violation. So obviously, we let it perform an act. It's part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zarah, that is how you worship this for. Clearly, you understand that that's a violation. Happens. The slaughter of such an Avodah Zarah tells us, listen, don't do it. Leave it. If it's not the way that was worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go out and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beis HaMikdash. So, Kabbalah, receiving the blood, Halacha, Zrika, any one of the 4 services that are done inside of the Beis HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform this to any pagan deity, if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, it's one. So how do we include 4? It was Hoya Bachlal, right there. It teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the rule of all 4 services done in the Beis HaMikdash. Right? But then we have a question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start our daf with Rava Bar Rav Chanan It's going to ask Abaye, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo tishtachateh. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. It's to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is meant to teach on things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable or to an avodah zarah, even if it is not the way that specific avodah zarah is worshipped, and even if it's not done in English, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the yishtachava is the issue. And we wonder, wait a second, okay, it's an interesting question, Rav Hanan. But it's so why mention, why does the Torah mention Tzvano? So we had in the top, the bottom of the Sama of the base, and now in the beginning of Sama Kala, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what is being taught here is the Chashvin Me'avoda Le'avoda. In other words, we find by Kachin, there's something called Machshavas Spiegel. So in a couple of years, we did this often, and one of the things we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis Hamikdash that your mind has to be operating with the understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and shecht an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, eating the meat, or sprinkling the blood, doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are donated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood outside of it, or something. So there are the sugars we're going to be discussing in the future here are known as the sugars of Machshavas. Okay, I thought that's appropriate. Now, what we're going to be discussing is, let's start off with the last line and a half of Samach Hamzeh. Hashochet behema. Let's say a person slaughters an animal. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of this. Which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay? So the discussion here. In other words, my shchita is not with the intention that I'm here for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind as my shecht that the sprinkling or the aktor or the offering of the limbs should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, to offer the fats for avodah zarah. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that is considered a violation, and Rishlokish of Samachalot Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discusses is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rav Hanan is telling us, that perhaps Ishtachava is to teach us that any honorable service, including in the warning, even if that specific Zara is not worshipped in that way. And if we work with that approach, we ask, well, wait a second, what is the word, what is the teaching of Lo Tzisbach teach us? Maybe Lo Tzisbach is to teach us that what? That mechashvin ma'avoda la'avoda, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have a with the shita, but when I shecht, I have in mind to perform either the shita or the hakdara, that too is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, honey, if I didn't look at well according to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by we know that mechashvin ma'avoda la'avoda. So you don't need a verse when it comes to avodah zarah to warn us, because if by Kachin is in the case Hamida, of mechashvin ma'avoda la'avoda is affected, so obviously it would apply on the dark side. But according to Mr. Shlokish, that when it comes to the base Hamida, it's not really a violation when I do something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word vehicle by avodah zarah is to teach you mechashvin la'avoda and by quote, and you need a verse. Now, for the word to not put masculine or a proper says you got it wrong with Papa. Because what Papa's going to tell us, where Rabbi Yochanan was by quote, you're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse. because I can learn it from Jim, from how the service is done in the base. But that's not so. I can look at Rabbi Yochanan because it's effective, right? Even if the bullets in the future are telling us that the animal becomes fully. Avant-garde, he's not talking about the person now. For Rabbi Yochanan, right? Everything is clear because the Kohen has to learn it from Kachim. That's not true because in Kachim is talking about the animal. Now, for the Zara, what are we talking about? The person, okay? But also, of course, in the person, you need the Gavra to state that the person who goes with performance for the Zara, with the Machshava from one service to another service, that he deserves usually 5 plus. Don't need it. Shlokish might need the verse, but that's actually not because after what the service Shlokish like called we Shlokish the Machshava from Avodah to Avodah is not a thing. You know about the animal. Avodah, but you would agree that a Gavra Bar Kaplo. And if you ask me a second, how is it possible that the Shlokish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have a thought during Shechita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that the service to place it is permissible. Is that possible? Do you ever find someone doesn't have Avodah Zarah, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited? You find that? Well, no, actually. If the person bounces to a mountain, what do we learn? They have to slow that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains and would more darkens. That although, right, the Bogota was placed on a mountain, and to it prohibited that. But below, and then if you go let it worship a mountain because it's connected, they don't have the ability to. So if a person bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and gets the death penalty. But the mountain itself remains. So what do you see? That it is possible that you could have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty, even the item is liquor. So says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava that is something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And we said we're talking about the item. So therefore, we need to have a mishnach of the Lahara. Or Mutar gets the side, obviously, the guy is the side. So that's where it goes. You remember Rava Bar Rabbanan. So Rava Bar Rabbanan had a question. His question was, perhaps, when the Torah tells us, it is to teach us that any Avodah Zarah, any animal act, that specific Avodah Zarah, is not worshipped that way. That's considered a violation. That's what Rabbi Rothschild. So it says, wait a second. Lemazik of our face of what is Rabbi Rothschild. Lemazik of our Rabbi Rothschild. And what do you say that the word to remind us? Hey, Lord, let's Ishtachavon. Maybe Ishtachavon is in the Lamed, our Klaus. Maybe Ishtachavon is to teach us regarding all this. In the topic. But the Torah tells us that when we get there, it's a strong. Don't do too much research into pagan practices, and don't start asking, how are the nations worshiping their God? And obviously, by the Torah telling that you should know, the problem is you start researching how pagans are worshiping their gods. You know that the way they worship Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah is we peor, the way you worship defecating. So therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of peor. If you go ahead and want to worship, well, when a virgin wants to worship Marculus, right? They want Mercury. So the way it's done is one by throwing stones. So see, the throwing stone does, but the way you violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by that cult, right? By those Ogamanizora. Now, if you claim, right, like Baruch that any act is included, well, why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us according to anything you do, Bezor, because Mishtachava, Yotza, Naklal Lamed, Alaklal Kula Yotza. So why does the Torah have to want to specific that be sure not to perform an act the way they worship their Abba Bezor? Well, what's it mind? Okay, well, if you take it, it's a claim, and then you do it. Having a more normal water animals to worship that source. And what I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the purpose from Peor and definitely from it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not good violation, because that's a very odd way of honoring a deity. The Torah is telling us that's supposed to be, because it has to be Hashtag which is honorable. In other words, if you look at Mishnah itself, Mishnah teaches us that you can't tell me that Mishnah is coming it's coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's going to tell you that the form of service. Well, Mishnah its own teaches you that. In other words, without thinking like Rabbi Rothschild. There's no one could be Ella, or so imagine you have an Torah that's the way you in an honorable way. Like you mentioned, Marcus was worship by going in. Since that cult, since the worship it in a way that's not honorable. It's telling God, I would have thought, what if I would have the nature of that in a shameful way, I've called Israel to proximity. So it's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, come on. Therefore, it's needed. Okay, here we go. Now comes the following question. How do Omar Abelazar, really tells us, how do we know? With Sylvia, the Halo Marcus. Okay. Marcus, in Spanish, Wednesday, right? Is the Merculus, right? Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in these pagan culture. Even Wednesday, one would say that it seems like the Nordic word that became part of the way we identify days. So let's go back to Marcus. How's the Marcus? The Marcus, general word that if you want to go ahead and worship in stones, a person decides not to be better than them, I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So they're told, it says Rabbi Rothschild. How do you know that this is? How do you know this? The Torah warns us among the many warnings of the Torah that it seems that the way that they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found us that you should never break away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering the language. So don't go ahead and do it to a shkita, a slaughtering. And what this is the following. In a to Darka, I don't need a person to tell me that I have a Zara that is in one to shut animals to it. I don't even have that I don't need a verse that is the norm that the Torah warns is not obvious because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it, and then you first of all use what to teach you, today so the Torah is warning you that even if it's not the even if that's not the way they worship, still it's joy. Now, but the problem is, Rabbi Rothschild, if you're telling me that words and learning is supposed to teach us, that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Rabbi Zara, but according to Rabbi Rothschild, which you look at again, Rabbi Rothschild claims the word Mishnah teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do you understand the meaning of Rabbi Rothschild if Rabbi Rothschild is correct? So, your answer is an interesting answer here, that also that the warning there from the Yisrael that we are told we should not do to any of our Zara, even if it's not the norm, it's your Be'ach. So it seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan for, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, and or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah. Comes from blood and tells us don't do it. I knew someone that interrupted it as a child after the war. He was hid in France in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they acted with whatever little idols they basically had. Actually, that one time it was rain for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as getting angry with your Avodah Zarah, and you're assuming it, you want to break it because you don't want to mess up things in the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we were talking about. It's like there was some form of anger towards this Avodah Zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to Tzvika, it's a much of a significant Avodah, and it is okay. Here comes a story. So now we've got something that's a little bit so here we go. So here's the story. Rabbi Hamnuna. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with a questionnaire that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and a Mishnah later on in the company. The main issue, a little bit of a brief, is the following. We all understand you're under Avodah Zarah, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be open Avodah Zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation or not? Just making a statement. One Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. Later on, some seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? So it's a contradiction, so we're going to have Morai addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rabbi Hamnuna, so Nebuch, his oxen went wild and they were lost. So what does the great Rabbi Hamnuna do? He goes looking for his oxen. So so as he's making his rounds, who does he meet? He meets Rabbi. So Rabbi asks him a question. Rabbi asks Rabbi Hamnuna, let's analyze this thing nice, and there seems to be a contradiction. Maybe the Torah is telling us that, when you read something, your mind is occupied. It seems to me that these great people, even when their mind was occupied looking for their cheese before that, little apple bag, right, they were still able to be involved in reading the Torah. So now, here we go, ready for the contradiction. Our Mishnah says, Ha'oved avodas kol chadin. Okay? What's the violation? Oved, if you actually worship the Avodah Zarah. Omer, it says I'm planning to, not alone. So our mission seems to say in Amira, just a statement, not an issue. But look at the Mishnah later on. The later Mishnah. Omer, if a person says, I'm planning to worship the Avodah Zarah. I'm planning to go and do it. If I tell if I go with the group, and all that is included in the violation. Just the statement. Statement is a problem, not a problem. So Rabbi says, Omar La'yizim. The way I understand our Mishnah, that there's no violation, it's just a statement. The Omer Einoi Eini Mikablo Olai Elabavoda. In other words, when is it that a statement is not an issue, or a statement is not a violation? Obviously, that means a right, obviously, it's supposed to be, but when is it that a statement on its own is not one that is worthy of a death penalty? When I clarify that I'm not planning to complete that service, until I actually do it. Okay? That's how Rabbi Amnuna understands it. Rabbi Yosef, Omar, come on. Rabbi Yosef, like, Tanoi, Shokla, Smal, in other words, so I'm going to go through the Mishnayos and prove to that there are two schools. Okay? Tanoi, the Tanya, where's the Machlokes tonight? Haomer, go back to me. So we're talking about a person who gets up and says, come worship me. Come worship me. I mean, throughout history, people have been worshiping, humans have been worshipped. So a person gets up and says, come worship me. Rameir B'Chayev. Okay, that's it. It's basically declared in Avodah Zarah. We made a statement. Chayev. Seems to be Rameir's of the opinion that the statement itself creates an issue. Rav Yehuda says, Potter. Okay, now, if people actually worship this individual, there's no dispute. And the way we learned, what we read yesterday, don't make yourself into an idol, right? Don't make a human being into a god. It's something that we have to be very careful within our culture, where the Baruch Hashem are taught to respect great rabbinic leaders, but we have to always be careful not to cross that line to go ahead and worship a human being, because the Torah tells us, don't make a human into a vessel. So again, Rameir don't disagree. When it comes to actually worshiping a human being, we have a major problem. But it seems to be that if I just said, Rameir holds Amira L'Chayev. Rabbi Yehuda says Potter. So therefore, Rabbi Yosef is claiming that the contradiction between the two Mishnayos, where one seems to indicate that Amira is not yet in Avodah Zarah, the second one seems to indicate that Amira is Avodah Zarah to Machlokes Tanoi. Okay? Now, in previous words of this dispute, Dibur about, not just with speech, Rameir saw that Dibur Amil Sodi, Rameir holds, yes, speech is an issue, and Rabbi Yehuda saw that Dibur Amil Sodi. So Rabbi Yosef tells us this is how we solve the problem. We have the Rabbi Amnuna approach, we have Rabbi Yosef approach, but who's going to go ahead and challenge Rabbi Yosef's opinion? Rabbi Yosef himself. And he's going to say, no. Hadar, Omar, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Yosef, what I said is just simply not a fact. Why? That the Rabbi Yehuda, I have no doubt that even Rabbi Yehuda agrees that in general, people are not that Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that you can speech only a person is chayiv. We tell you, Rabbi Yehuda, Omer, because when it comes to a basis, when it comes to someone that is encouraging others and inspiring others to worship some kind of a pagan force of Avodah Zarah, Achi or Mark Ego, Elef Level, Nelefenavo, there's an agreement that speech could be a complete violation. Okay? So therefore, my answer is no good. Now, and if you ask, wait a second, so what is their dispute? Rameir and Rabbi Yehuda disagree about a person getting up and saying, worship me. And Rabbi Yehuda seems to say that it is not yet a violation. Well, there it's unique because it's a person. They might come in thinking, the Macy's Asma, when someone is inspiring others not to worship some kind of distant force or Avodah Zarah, but rather when a person is trying to inspire others to worship itself. Now, what did people say? The upper leg, right? A person gets up on one side, right? I'm a higher entity, please worship me. And everyone says, yeah. How do you understand the E? The upper leg E. And there isn't this big communication. Mar Sovar, number one, it's Macy's La'atzma. Shmiri, yeah, they do it. The Ka'amr, they coach them. In other words, yeah, it's a yes. And that's the problem, that as soon as they say yes, it's a commitment and it's an Avodah Zarah, because everyone believes that speech is an issue. But why would someone say that? Perhaps not Umar Sovar, on the other hand, Basic Slats, Malishmi, and people don't tune in. When a person gets up and says, worship me, what do they say? Yeah, sure. But if I'm go flat kite, who are you? Because Neymar Amri, what people say, human nature, my shop, would be always different than me. Like, isn't human? I'm a human. Why should I worship him? Why should I do on the base? Be done. So why do they say yes? Even the Ka'amri, the answer is, Akuchi Alei. And they say, yeah, sure. Yeah, we're going to worship you. Right? That's what they'll basically say. So therefore, Rabbi Yehuda holds, in other words, Rabbi Yehuda in general holds that when it comes to speech, a statement that I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, it is is included there regarding the person is different because they're thinking something, he said, look, I think you worship a human, I'm a human as well. Even they're laughing at it. So I don't agree with on this show. Bottom line is, Rabbi Yosef just got rid of his own answer. We still have a contradiction. We had Rabbi Ruder's approach. What about Rabbi Yosef? In Maflisi, there's a difference. So here we go. Kan, B'yechid HaMisas, Kan, B'rabim HaMisasim. So the difference that's going to be presented now is the difference between individuals being approached and multitudes. What's the difference? So we say the following. Yachid, if one individual is approached and says, it develops a relationship with his guru, and he tells him to go ahead and worship some gods, once he says, yeah, I'm going to do it, human nature is relentless. He's not going to back off. He's playing less rate. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation. But Rabbi, when it's a guru, we assume that among them, one of them is going to start questioning it, and therefore Rabbi, people with the status of a commitment, it's not yet enough of the Zorah, let's say, because they're going to start asking one another, wait a second, what does this guy want? Is he normal? Right? Does anyone know if he knows what he's talking about? So therefore, odds are, they're going to receive it, the most that's right, and therefore, that's where Rabbi Yosef comes. That's how we have an answer to deal with the contradiction between the two Mishnayos. Now, it wasn't a full food. I'm going to answer, we don't realize the food. Let's see. Look at the language of the Torah. It's only singular. Let's have a love, let's see Shema Elah. However, the Shema Chayah, in other words, it's in the singular. That by just listening, yeah, but it's in the singular. It's a group. The whole system is different. So when Moses says someone who's going to question about this, he says, it's very Abaye. Shani is the really difference. When he says the Rabbi, when he says the Rabbi, it's really difference between a group that gets inspired by someone else and an individual. It's not like what it is. Look at the Bible. Curious, he said, very little. Echad, and he says that from Rabbi, and he says the Bible says there's no difference. So, the Brisa tells us there's no difference between the individual and the masses now. There are differences between a Yochi, who's over Rabbi Zara, and a group which we call the Iranidak. There are differences, and that's going to be spelled out now. But when it comes to a commitment, he does not agree with Rabbi Yosef's outlook that the difference, that speech is an issue only towards the individual, but towards the masses. There's no such source for it, argues about it. Now, the difference between Yochi and Rabbi is, I call it listen to Paul Rabbi. There are rules that relate specifically to individuals. There are laws that relate specifically to the masses and not the individual. And what are they? It's a more severe punishment, right? Against the skill. And because when individuals are going to have his own, yes, you kill him, but nevertheless, when it comes to the property, it's not destroyed. But on the other hand, it gets a less severe punishment of size. But what happens to all the property in the Iranian the city is destroyed. The punishment is not as severe, but so it comes out, says Abaye, look at this price there. Well, all means that it is only regarding that which is spelled out, you show me that there's a difference. About the whole meaning, when it comes to everything else, they are the same. So your answer to deal with these Mishnayos simply doesn't work. Ella Omar Abaye. Abaye is thinking, tell us how to deal with the contradiction. Kan Benises Mesi Atzmo, Kan Benises Mesi Achem. So Abaye is going to offer that the difference is between someone that is inspired by himself or by others. He explains. The first thing people have offered when they're back and forth. Therefore, he himself is inspired to know I'm going to go ahead and worship by regular works. Like that, I saw online that people, their life was changed by traveling to the Far East. I'm going to go ahead and go to Thailand and be inspired. But yes, well, we love to change his mind. People have back and forth. The human nature is such that if others are the ones that say, no, make your way there, the speech itself walks it in. Gloria Basrayu. So here's a biased suggestion. The difference is not like Rabbi Bruno, that's not like Rabbi Yosef, but rather it depends on what started the process. If it comes from a person himself, it just must change your mind. But from others, unfortunately, we've lost it. Over about, they're like, it's a mistake. No, so of that, no. They're all Sishma and okay? Although the Shema to another person, the language is quite simple in the Torah. Torah words is don't go into that person and don't hear his words. His words already are a violation. What are the words of violation? If it comes from someone else. That's a biased approach. Next, who else is going to put the contradiction between these two sides? Next authority is obviously the below all my neck. When you says, both cases, right? Our Mishnah seems to indicate that you actually have to worship. The Mishnah later on which seems to say that speech itself is already a violation. Although you and others, right? Put you on that track. Yeah, there. So what was the thing? Why do in one case speech already? So it is like this. It seems to be that when someone is being cursed by someone else about the Torah, sometimes you just get a general statement. Yeah, let's go worship. That force. And sometimes you get specifics. Let me tell you about that amazing level of Zara, right? It'll take us a couple of weeks to get there, but it's a very unique way it's served, and the blessings you receive. In other words, when you get the details, what happens when you start getting the details? You're locked in. So you're looking at the officers. Although Marley, Cop Marcellus, Cop Schultz, Cop Nestico, Cop Radio, all the details of what that incredible level of Zara does. So then, the speech itself locks it in, and therefore, the Mishnah later on tells us that just with the commitment is already a violation. Our Mishnah on Marley, where those words and the details were not presented, Kappa so that's one of the explanation. There is detail, word itself already locks it in. Rabbi asked the word of doing, let's see. Asher Tzibosechem HaKolim Alecha Rechokim. Now, when the Torah warns us not over and over again in the Torah, right? It seems to be about the Torah is this unbearable driving force. And the Torah has warned us to be very careful not to be enticed by the nations that are near you, Akrovim or Rechokim. Now, there's the question, well, what is that to spell Akrovim, Rechokim? Don't worship about the Torah. So it's a well-known statement that Mitzuvan shall Krovim Atalovet al Rechokim. In other words, usually when someone wants to inspire to be Oived Avodah Zarah, the normal they would talk about some big force, some kind of a cult that's thousands of miles away. It takes weeks to get there, and there's these incredible stories and legends that they hear. Now, they're not going to go ahead and tell you about what your neighbor worships. You know why? Because you know that what your neighbor worships is a complete waste of time. You see that his life is a disaster, and that he's been turning to that idol for 45 years, and nothing good has ever occurred. So what do? They always want to inspire you with Rechokim, with those things that are very, very far. Okay? And tell us, you know what? You can figure out it's all baloney. Look at the Krovim, and then you'll figure out about the Rechokim, right? Look at those things that are near you. You see that they're good for nothing. The same will be regarding those legends from afar. Why do you have to spell out the closing, the ones that are near you, the ones that are far? Hopefully, from the quote unquote, from the goodness of those, of your neighbor, you can figure out those that are far away. In other words, just as you know, the one right next to your neighbor, you know what he buys for it every day, right? You know how much he relies on you know every detail regarding what your neighbor does, and you know that it's worth completely nothing. So to the Rechokim. So what do you see for him? That the violation of Avodah Zarah that's being spoken here about is with details. You know all the details of what your neighbor does, okay? My Yavra, obviously, when you know about your neighbor, you know what he's buying for his Avodah Zarah, so he does good, So for Rava, that is proof that the Avodah Zarah that's being discussed. When we are told that speech itself is an issue, what are we talking about? What do you know the details? Okay. Who's next? Ravashi Omar. Ravashi says the following: that if it's a person who's a newcomer to Avodah Zarah and he says, yeah, I'm going to start working in Avodah Zarah, speech is nothing. But if he already has a record, if he's done it already in the past, so when he says I'm going to do so, he's never going to add it. So therefore, Ravashi Omar says that he's done it. Once he's done it, and he says I'm planning to do it, Hajar is going to do it, and even the speech is a violation. The last answer, Rabbi Omar, Rabbi says, listen, it's the structure sometimes. The Mishnahs start off with giving the general information if we do it. And the Mishnah 2 says, and by the way, not just if you actually perform Avodah Zarah, but even if you only commit by speech, that is a violation. So Rabbi gives us the most basic upshot. So therefore, bottom line is we have Rabbi Rothschild, Abaye, Rava, Ravashi, and Ravina all dealing with this question. Okay, now, the next discussion, which was going to tie in a little bit, believe it or not, is the Purim. Okay, fine. A person, has to go ahead, worship Avodah Zarah, not because he believes in it, but rather, he has a love towards someone and he goes ahead and acts as if he's worshiping, right? Or he does it in the era, fears, and this is probably more common throughout history, that they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go ahead and worship some form for a children Avodah Zarah. The era, is that a violation? Is that one that they would get the death penalty? Right? Obviously not a good thing. Abaye Omar Chaim says that's for Avodah Zarah. Even though you're not really committing yourself and you don't really believe in it, it's a violation. Rav Omar Koto. Abaye Omar Chaim. You worship it. Bottom line is what's the act. We worship, we bow to it. Dedicated to God, they threw the stone to Mercury, slaughtered the animal, whatever it is. Rava Markota, come on. If he accepted it in his heart as then okay? So that's what is Abaye Chaim. Rava says, okay, so here we go. Omar Abaye Abaye said, I could prove it to you. It's not ha'oived avodas kochotim. Remember our Mishnah? The Mishnah starts saying echad echad ha'oived. Now the language of the Mishnah starts off with ha'oived avodas kochotim, oved, and then it gave details. And when you were dealt earlier with the question, what is ha'oved? What is ha'oved? If the details are given later. Somebody wants to suggest that perhaps my love, you know what it's teaching us? Echad ha'oved, the first it's a case of someone that worships the forest to some external love on the Yura. So therefore, that's how he analyzes the extra word of Amishna. And then it says, why do the, in other words, the ha'oived that stands on its own, according to Abaye, is to teach you that even if it's me'ahav on the Yura, that too is included in the complete violation. What would Rava say? Hello, Rashi answered that what ha'oved is telling us is that you should know, regarding that it's done in how it's done. In other words, if it's done to the top, in other words, if they have some odd practice, that's how you worship it. So if you perform that odd practice, even if it's not shkita, even if it's not kabbalah stach, even if it's not halach, even if it's not shkita, even if it's something that's very foreign, if that's how they worship it, you violate Avodah Zarah. That's how Rabbi Yirmiyah saw the word adapt to go regarding all of it. And that's why Rabbi says the proof by it is not really solid proof that Ahava and Yira is included, because that word ha'oved is specifically relating to teach you the idea that if that cult worships in a specific way, you violate Avodah Zarah by doing so. To the character of Israel. Now, Abaye is not over here. Amar Abaye mina lo detanya. Lo tishtachaveh lohem. Okay, so the Torah warned us, we read this yesterday, not to go ahead and work about in Avodah Zarah. So we're told, lohem ata mishtachaveh. What's not about Avodah Zarah? About ata mishtachaveh, no odor k'moscha. In other words, if you live in a society where you bow to people, right? You bow to people. I mean, you can show them empathy. You shake a hand. Recently, more we the fist, whatever it is. Every culture has their way of interacting with the world. If you live somewhere where bowing to people was the norm to show honor, it's not obviously a violation of Avodah Zarah. However, do some research before you bow to a person. Because you might think that this green light to bow to a person applies even to someone that is worshipped like Haman, the love of them. So, as when it comes when we were little children, we were taught that the reason Mordechai was not about Haman was that he had a cross, which creates some difficulty that he had a cross as a Jewish boy that was going to be born a few hundred years later. But the Medrash does say that Haman did have an Avodah Zarah on him. That's the Medrash. The Gemara seems to indicate, on the other hand, that it wasn't that he had a necklace with this big Avodah Zarah, but rather he himself was worshipped. That's what the Gemara here on Megillah seems to indicate. But what we are told here, you're not Ushtakabe, you're not supposed to Ushtakabe, it's a person that's never to Haman. And I'm the most basic reason, that you should know that the Jews, violated Avodah Zarah by bowing to Haman. Now, was bowing to Haman something that they really believed in? No, it was clearly Neira. And what is the Torah? The Gemara is using it, the Christ is using it as an example of a violation, even though it was Neira. So it seems to be. But Abaye claims that a person, that even if it's an Avodah Zarah, Neira, it's a complete violation. Okay? And nevertheless, it is mentioned here as a complete Avodah Zarah. So how's Rambam going to defend himself? Well, Rambam says now that sometimes an example does not mean that it's there with all the details of the example. All the Bryce is telling us that, listen, if it's a person that's worshipped, don't bow down to Haman. Meaning, if you want to know an example of someone that was basically worshipped in a specific society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bowed to him violated it, because obviously that was Neira. Yeah, the example is Haman as a person. But it's not a complete example. He's the example of a person where the Torah is warning us that yes, you can bow to a person if it's a way of showing honor, but don't do it if it's a devot. And a perfect example of a person who becomes like an Avodah Zarah with Haman. But like a Haman, but the example is not true regarding all details. The Ilu, Haman when comes from, never had to worship Haman was the Ira. The Haman, but here, when that rights and tells us that it's a violation, so Abaye is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something now on the Ira, it's a complete violation. So here is his next list. Omar Abaye, I can prove it from the title. So to understand the next proof, a brief introduction, we know that there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating the law unintentionally for shaykhir. Okay? That we're familiar with. Now, there are differences if it's an individual, if it is a kain kodol, if it's a melech, if it's a kodesh. There are a lot of details that relate, but what we have to keep in mind is the following. There are situations that the specific korban that is brought, and it fluctuates as well, from the ego to the shigo to the bull, or to Avodah Zarah, and it's a community, it's also the bull and also the goat. There is a difference, because some of them, the violation of doing something unintentional is only with he'elem davar, okay, he'elem davar, and one of them is a shikazas ma'isa. So two we have to be mindful of to appreciate the message here. Shikazas ma'isa he'elem davar, okay? Shikazas ma'isa means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home, on this table, there is a piece of fat, and he thinks that it's regular shuman, and he thinks it, and it's halem, shivigat ma'isa, okay? Shivigat ma'isa. Now, then there's something called halem davar, when the matter itself was concealed from you, which indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. that you, in other words, that you had a question, a lot of questions. You're a scholar. Go through all, post-skim, and you come to a conclusion, but you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So in such a situation, when you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmud Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act, there you have a ha'elam davar with the shitty of okay? Now, for the communal korbanos that are brought, if it's an make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first the ha'elam davar and shitty of. Now, what about a Kohen Gadol, a Kohen Mashiach? We call Kohen Mashiach because we're dealing here with the Kohen on a higher level status during the first temple period when he became a Kohen Gadol, when he was anointed with the oil that was concealed later. So that's the word. Kohen Mashiach is basically a Kohen Gadol. So here we go. Good time. Kohen Mashiach, that's what is Kachadim. Okay, so you either have what is Kachadim, which the Korbanos are more severe, right? Rebbe says that all that has to go wrong for him to have to bring the unique korban, the bull of the power helen number of the Kohen Mashiach, all that has to go wrong is shooting out mindset action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also a helen number. Okay, that's the disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, the Shavim should be similar to Yachid. They do agree that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not about his Zorah, he brings a Sikira, the goat, or the she-goat. The Shavim and Sofer, they agree, Shadim with Yashim Tovim, and Hashim Tovim is not brought. Okay, now what's relevant for us is, we mentioned here Shivigot Ma'aseh. What are we mentioning here? In action that was done by mistake regarding Avodas Kachadim. How do you make a mistake with Avodas Kachadim? In other words, when it comes to a product, I made a mistake, I thought it's something else. And what exactly is a mistake with Avodas Kachadim? What's the scenario? So if he sees a shul, and he thought, in other words, he thought it's a shul. In other words, kasova. He goes ahead, he walks by this magnificent structure, and he said, wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping. Right next thing he knows is that the whole house is Mamash Avodah Zarah. You cannot say that that's a shigos ma'aseh because what's in his heart? What's he bowing to? We don't worship shuls, by the way, right? Even the most beautiful shul in the world. We're worshiping the Rabbi Rothschild. So obviously that cannot be a case of the shigos ma'aseh. It must be. Because he saw some kind of statue of the king, right? And he bowed to it. Now, that also is problematic. If you really accepted it as an entity to be worshipped, it's not a shogeg, amazingly. If you did not accept this entity, it's garnished like only. So therefore, Abaye argues that the only scenario could be possible. Elah, here we go. It must be Avo and Yira. And Avo and Yira. In other words, he made the mistake, right? He was either about his kachadim from Allah or a fear of man, and he thought, what would be the mistake? He thought that it's permissible, and therefore that would be a scenario that it is a shogeg. So if it would be amazing, that would be the real Avodah Zarah. Hey, Abaye has proof. Okay? It's talking about a person who says, look, that is permissible. Wait a second, that's a helen davar. That's true. The Gemara can answer that something that is in tomorrow is that the Rabbi is going to tell us that there's a difference between oimer mutar legamre and a person who thought that some things are permissible and some things are prohibited. But that will lead for that Sabbath base. Thank you for joining us. Everyone have a wonderful day. And
from this story about Joshua Green and Ohio. Shell-shocked and exhausted after a week on the front lines, Newsom holed up at home with a bottle of tequila.
Alright, we'll say good morning. Today's next time the 7th hour. 61, we have from Summit on day 68. From Amar Bar, we have a little bit today. So we have 2, 4, 6 lines up from the bottom. Our share this month is dedicated by Seder Smahikin and Rabbi Montez Evel, Yamin Loroy, and you know it's past the yard state. I'm going to New York for the Neshama of Saint God. Hope Jenny Mary Hashem, together with all of the Neshamas of God, so we're a beautiful idea, a list of the and a beautiful day. And those let's begin. Amar, hey Omer. So remember again, continuing a little bit. Remember again, the Mishnah introduced us to the concept of said that essentially there are three different categories of avoda for avodah zarah. Right, three different ways, three different categories of worship for avodah zarah. Number one, what we'll call norms of worship, which is both sides with normal parent, which we go ahead and worship a particular idol, even though that manner of worship may be objectively inappropriate, like we saw by Shamor or by Margulis. If that's the way you worship the idolatry, then ultimately, again, that's the way you are chayiv. Category number two, I will say, is objective acts of worship that are considered to be avodah zarah, even if they are not a form of worship for a particular avodah zarah. For example, ishtach hava, bowing down, offering karbanos, pouring with wine, incense. Now, again, as we saw in yesterday's daf, essentially anything that is done inside the Beis Hamikdash as part of Avodas Hashem will be prohibited as part of Avodah Zarah. Third category represents activities which are quote-unquote respectful, but not unique to religious service. Nagafe, nashik, kissing the idol, hugging the idol, anointing the idol with oil, putting shoes on the idol, idol. Those of us say again, Gemara seems to indicate right now will be an issue the Raisa, but will not be a key. I might have done ultimately again at the pasuk of Zobech is talking about offering kavanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, to which the Gemara says Zobech kachim b'chutz karetz. Well, an offering of kavanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash is an issue karetz. Yet the pasuk tells me Yakaram, which means Musa by a beast, which was a Sakadak Hamina Ki Asur Bektava. I might have thought when there was Hasra for offering up the Kachim Bakut, then ultimately again there's a death sentence. Kilo Asur Karis. I might have again if there's no Hasra, I would have done this Karis. Kamash Mono, we'll say Kamash on the Pasuk is not talking about offering up Kavanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Rather, the Pasuk is talking about offering up Kavanos to Avodah Zarah. Amalei Rav Bar Rav Hanana Abaye. So I might have thought that I will say when the pasuk says, "Vayilech vayavod Elohim Acherim vayishtach." The pasuk specifically talks about the shtach haba, prostration, bowing down. I might have thought that ultimately again, that is shtach haba is mentioned to teach about the general different forms of avodah for avodah zarah. Look at Rashi for just a moment. And I'm going to put the Shtachavo and learn out that any form of cup giving to the idol ultimately again should be usher and kissing the idol, hugging the idol. Which was the name of the back anomaly, and somebody then why do I need the pasuk to teach me that the back that offering a covenant is going to be usher? The gufay ultimately again. I might have thought that teaches me a different halacha. That's why. They were chashavim on the avodah la'avodah. And ultimately, again, it teaches me on both sides that even if I have in mind that a particular future service should be avodah zarah, then ultimately, again, I am for avodah zarah. I'm trying to that even though the present avodah is not avodah for avodah zarah. What is that? The itmar hashovi they go to double avodah zarah. Listen to this case. A chef animal. Now, my intention is the following. I don't have in mind that the shlita should be for avodah zarah, but I have in mind that I'm going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah. That's my intention. So the avodah of the shlita itself is not for avodah zarah, but my future intention to sprinkle the blood is for avodah zarah. Am I higher for such an act? Rabbi Yochanan says asura. He holds ultimately again the behemoth, the animal itself, is asur bana. Look at the time Rashi Samach Arabadalit. Asura havine bana. Baba misha shlita lav la avodas kochavitis. There was a novelty is what? Even though the shlita itself was not for avodah zarah, nevertheless, again, since my intention was to sprinkle its blood for avodah zarah, if the behemoth itself ultimately again becomes asur for avodah zarah. Reish Lakish says ultimately no, the animal itself remains mutter bana. And it's only when you sprinkle the blood later on that ultimately has you committed an act of avodah zarah. What's an incredible Gemara, incredible focus. How do you put it in Yochanan? It's instruction in Rabbi Yochanan. And the Reish Lakish boika, but according to Reish Lakish, I will say he will require the pasuk. Maske perat mapa, or Rabbi Yochanan boika. Is that true that Rabbi Yochanan does not require a pasuk? Which the Gemara says, "I can't look asur Rabbi Yochanan ella behema." Oh, see, Rabbi Yochanan only asks the behema. He says that the behema is asur ba'no aval gavra lav bar katalu. But ultimately, again, the individual Mosai is not subject to a death penalty. The asur got you the gavra katalu, and the pasuk comes on teaching that what they will say not only is the animal also not going to be open, but also the individual subject to a death penalty for Avodah Zarah as well. Maskef Ravach 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 Urish Lakish Niboikra Urish Lakish really requires a pasuk. And Hello Kasherish Lakish Ela Behima. Today, when Rish Lakish says mutter, Rish Lakish is saying that the animal is not asur. Also, remember, the very specific piece over here, where you slaughter the animal with no intentions for Avodah Zarah, but my intention is to take the blood and ultimately sprinkle it for Avodah Zarah. So does that future intention for Avodah Zarah answer the behema now? The Yochanan says yes, the Rish Lakish says no. To which the Gemara says, where Rish Lakish says that it's mutter, that's talking about the behema, that's talking about the animal, about Gavra, Bar Katalu. But I will say ultimately again, does the animal itself, is the animal subject to, about Gavra, but is the individual ultimately subject to a death penalty? About Gavra Bar Katalu, but ultimately again, but the individual is not subject to a death penalty. Meaning the Hava, and the Shtaka the Lahar. So what said ultimately again, it will be no different ultimately than one who bows down to a mountain. So what does that mean? The hard mutter, we'll say again, we learned that before, that if you worship a mountain that has a Avodah Zarah, ultimately again, the mountain doesn't become a Avodah Zarah. We'll say obviously there's a practical reason for that, because if somebody can make the mountain a Avodah Zarah, that can transform anything into idolatry. Remember we dashed in the pasuk, Elokehem or Elokehem al Haharid, Velo Haharid Elokehem. They also they worship the god of a mountain, but they can't transform the mountain into a god. So the Gemara says over here that according to Rish Lakish, says mutter. Rish Lakish says that the behema, the animal itself, is mutter, but what? But the individual is subject to the sun. And he learned that from Mishtaka Alahar, that if somebody worships the mountain is mutter, but the one who worships the mountain ultimately is what? Is going to be subject to the death penalty of Sayim. So that which Rabbi Rothschild said to Abaye, so we'll say, remember again, that we said before, that Ishtachava ultimately again should come to teach me about what? That Ishtachava should come to teach me about general avodah. So we'll say, remember again, we had the opinion on the bottom of the page that said that Ishtachava, when the pasuk comes from singles out prostration, the pasuk is coming to go ahead and discuss Ishtachava. So the Gemara says, why is the pasuk singling that out? To which the Gemara answers, maybe he's coming to teach me about all forms of avodah. That all respectful forms of avodah, like hugging the idol, kissing the idol, are going to be asur as well. So we'll say if that's the case, that the phrase what is that coming ultimately again to go ahead and exclude? Because the pasuk says, so also, what is that phrase? Which seems to refer to more generic forms of avodah. What is that referring to? Let me go to my. Maybe you'll say what that means is someone who defecates on an idol. Remember again, as much as that is a form of Baal or so if somebody does that to a different idol, then what? Then they're not going to be chayiv. Well, we already know that. How do we know that? So we learned that out because the Torah's paradigm for avodah zarah is ishtachava, is prostration. And what do we learn from there? We'll say just like prostration is considered to be a form of covet, ultimately, you're going to say you're only chayiv for worshiping an idol if you do so in a respect of Hashem. was like the only time one would be chayav for defecating the idol is if that's the form of worship. But to do that to a different idol, which is not the form of worship, we will say ultimately again, everyone will agree it's not about the Zara. Element they have power and smaller markers. Oh, we'll say this is interesting. Maybe again what the first thing to teach me is usually what if somebody defecates on markers? Remember again what's markers? That's the stone. I own 2 stones on the bottom, 1 stone on top. How do you worship Margulis? You throw stones at it. So watch this and we'll say. So the Gemara says, "Not like Kamila, Horil Babados, Bizayon, no, Afol Bizayon." So we'll say, "I'm going to put the Bible. The way you worship Margulis is already direct Bizayon, meaning it's already a form of degrading worship. So you throw stones at an idol, and essentially again, not getting putting down 2 stones and 1 stone on top. That's Margulis. Throw stones at that and deconstruct the idol is a quote unquote disrespectful form of worship. So I never thought it runs up already disrespecting the idol. Then what? Then even other forms of disrespectful worship, i.e., like defecating on the idol, should be okay as well. Kamash Malon, was the Kamash Malon that even in these forms of disrespectful worship, only the worship specific form of disrespect, right? The disrespectful specific form of worship is the sort of Zara for that idol. But to take one objectively disrespectful form of worship and apply it to another idol which has its own disrespectful form of worship, it's not considered the Avodah Zarah. So, for example, if you were to take stone and throw it at Baal Peor, you wouldn't be chayiv for idol worship. If you were to defecate on Margulis, you're not chayiv for idol worship, even though each of them have their own objectively disrespectful forms of worship. If you mix and match, you will not be chayiv. The islands that they go back to the Shu Chayiv. How do you know that if you offer up a carbon or slaughter an animal for Margulis, that's your chayiv? Now, remember again, how do we know that? Now, we established that yesterday, Shnei Amar, below Yizbu, Oden Sidchei, Basirin, because the Pasuk says, they shall not offer up, they shall not worship, or they shall not offer up their offerings. This was a similar to Avodah Zarah. In Enoch, if ultimately again you don't need it, to teach you the prohibition of normative worship. If sin because also the pasuk says Echel says the Torah is foreshadowing the cloud is going to say we want to worship Avodah Zarah like the most Olam do. Then what? Tinehu Eyon Shloshalot Midar. I will say use this pasuk to teach you that one is chayiv for worshiping an idol. Even if this is not the way that the idol is normally worshipped, if this is quote unquote a normative form of worship, which the question Shloki Dakar Mishnah we already learned out Shloki Dakar, we already learned out about the prohibition of normative forms of worship, even though they're not normative in this particular Avodah Zarah. We learned that out from Mishnah from the fact that the Torah spills out the idea and says, don't bow down to the idols. It will say just like bowing down is an objective form of honor. So to we learn out that any objective form of honor, the way for a Jew, the way we come to our category of objective forms of worship is from there. Is from the Beis Hamikdash, and therefore we learn out that whatever is done in the Beis Hamikdash will be answered by Avodah Zarah, in which the Gemara says, "Shloki Dakar Mishnachabon Nafka Chasam Zavech Lahakis." The Rebbe says here the pasuk is talking about an interesting case of Zavech Lahakis. And the Rebbe says ultimately again, let's say somebody worships. Let's say somebody goes ahead and offers up an animal for Avodah Zarah. Listen to this. It's not that they really believe in the Avodah Zarah; they're just angry at God. Person comes from Aaron Kodesh Baruch Hu. So what do they want to do? They want to show God. How are they going to show God? How are they going to give it to Kodesh Baruch Hu? They're going to worship an animal for Avodah Zarah. Now, I don't believe in Avodah Zarah. I don't believe in it, but I'm so by the way, this sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. We do things out of anger to show someone something, right? Even though what? Objectively, again, what I am doing is objectively detrimental. Right? There was an incredible yisod. So what happens? So the Gemara here for the pasuk, so also it's extra pasuk that even if somebody serves or offers, even if someone offers up a carbon to an idol, lahachis, which I will say again, I don't believe in the Avodah Zarah, but I'm just trying to give it to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's one is the chayiv for Avodah Zarah for those circumstances. That's one. Rav Hamnuna Irkasuli Turi. Because Rav Hamnuna once bought some of his oxen. Pogabei Rabba. So Rabba bumped into him, and Rabba said, "Can I ask you a shayla?" Rabbi Namuna said, "Sure." Rabbi Leivas Disina Hadadi. He contrasted two Mishnayos. On one hand, it says, "Tnan ha'obed avodos kochavim, ha'obed avodos kochavim, obed in Omer lo." So on one hand, the Mishnah teaches me that if one worships avodah zarah, one is chayv. So what do I see from there? Obed in. It's dafka if what? Dafka if I'm serving the avodah zarah. But yet they will say Omer if a person just ultimately speaks about worshiping avodah zarah. Now we're going to see exactly what this means. Omer ultimately means it will say that if a person says I'm going to worship avodah zarah, then they're not chayiv for that. On the other hand, we have another Mishnah that says, "Ha'omer e'evod, eilech ve'evod, neilech ve'avod." We'll say ultimately, if somebody says, "I'm going to worship avodah zarah," or "I'm going to go and worship avodah zarah," let's go and worship avodah zarah. So ultimately, again, that is going to be high. So we'll say we see over here that a verbal statement of intent of worshiping avodah zarah makes one chayiv for idol worship. So again, we have two contrasting Mishnayos. The first Mishnah seems to indicate that only if you manage to worship avodah zarah, it's going to be chayiv. Yet the second Mishnah seems to indicate that even if what a verbal declaration of intent to worship idolatry will be chayiv. So also, I know what you're thinking to yourself. You're thinking to yourself, "But 1 second, how can you ever be chayiv for an avera if you don't actually do it? Just because you have verbal intent." Remember, avodah zarah is the same way that if a person has machshav, let's say I have intent, tichazim. I have intent, tichazim. We'll say, what's the status of that intent? Nothing. First, yes, intent, machshava for avodah zarah is chayiv. We'll say, in my mind, I pledge my allegiance to Baal Ka'or, right? Chas v'shalom. In my mind, I pledge to avodah zarah. I am chayiv for that machshava. So we see already that avodah zarah is in a category in its origin, which makes sense, by the way, hashkatically as well, because avodah zarah represents as a fundamental relationship trespass against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The rules are different. Therefore, again, we have a Mishnah that says that if a person says, "I'm going to worship avodah zarah," let's go worship avodah zarah. I'm going to walk to worship avodah zarah. That is chayiv. So we contrast the Mishnahs. One Mishnah says, "I'm going to chayiv if I worship." Second Mishnah says, "I'm going to chayiv even if I say I'm going to worship." Where's the answer? But Omer, "Eini mekablo alai ela ba'avodah." So if Luna responded, this Mishnah is talking about a case where he says, the first Mishnah which says, "I'm only chayiv if I worship the avodah zarah." He says, where a person says, "I'm only mekabel upon this avodah zarah upon myself ta'avodah." He makes an explicit statement that I'm only going to worship this avodah zarah through the actual avodah. Okay, Rabbi Yosef Amar, "Kenai shakalta me'avod." So Rabbi Yosef says, "I don't think you remove all of the Torah from the world. I have to go tonight. This is my focus tonight. This Sanya, ha'omer ba'u ba'evtuni." Listen to this. Let's say a person says, "I want to make myself into an avodah zarah." So I say to my family, I say, "Why don't you all come and why don't you all come along and worship me? Come along, great, come. Let's not waste time with idols. Let's just worship me." Now, the Meir says that ultimately, again, I'm going to be chayiv. Rabbi Yehuda Poter, and Rabbi Yehuda says ultimately again that I'm poter. I will say, when Rabbi Meir says I'm chayiv, he's talking about me. I'm saying to my family, "Come worship me. Let's make me the avodah zarah." I'm going to be chayiv as a mason. Also, it turns out a mason. Mason is someone who entices or instigates someone else to worship avodah zarah. So the mason is chayiv, ultimately again for instigating. So the Gemara says, "I make myself an avodah zarah." Mason chayiv, but the poter. So the Gemara says, "Hey, chaz the palpu." So if people actually worship me, if I actually get people to worship me, everybody agrees that what? That I will be chayiv. Obviously, people who worship are also chayiv, but I think it's to get on chayiv as well. Because there was listen to this, but it's actually an incredible drush. Once it says, "Do not make for yourself a pesel," but also that is what? Do not make the locha, do not make yourself into idolatry. Keep thinking. So what's it weird? Do they argue? Ultimately, again, I will say, what happens if I try to entice people to worship me as an avodah zarah, but ultimately, again, they don't listen to me. So what's the status then? Am I chayiv or was I or not? So Rabbi Meir summer the word of no see. Rabbi Meir says the act of me trying to entice them to worship me is in and of itself an actual act. And ever I'm going to be chayiv. Rabbi Yehuda summer the word of no see. Rabbi Yehuda says no, speech is insignificant. The fact that I tried to get them to worship me, I'm obviously a bad guy, but it doesn't make me chayiv for Avodah Zarah. Under of Rabbi Yosef, lab no sikita. Rabbi Yosef came along and said, you know what, that which we said before Avodah Zarah is in fact not significant. How so? That Rabbi Yehuda, even Rabbi Yehuda will say Avodah Zarah that just people trying to entice people to worship me as Avodah Zarah, I'm also going to be chayiv. Why? This time Rabbi Yehuda Omer, the Olam eno chayiv ad sheyomar E'evod, Eilech ve'evod, Neilech ve'ne'evod. Because even Rabbi Yehuda says that a person will be chayiv for Avodah Zarah if he says, I'm going to go worship, I'm going to go and I'm going to worship, I'm going to go and worship, let's go and worship. So I can begin, I will say. So what ultimately again are they arguing about? The basis yatzmo. I will say ultimately what they're arguing about is the following. What happens in a case over here where I try to convince others to worship me as Avodah Zarah? I try to make myself into the idolatry, and I try to get other people to worship me. But I'm relaying in. I will say, so imagine this. I'm talking to my hand right now. Listen, guys, let's cut out the middleman. Just worship me, right? Just worship me. I'll be the Avodah Zarah. And they say, okay. They say, okay. So I'll say, now, what is the status now of everyone involved in this picture, right? So what's my responsibility now, and what is the halachic implications of their okay? So says the Gemara, Mar Sover basis the Atzmo Shamilei ve'indik Amrilei Kushtu. So it's one of the old that ultimately when I entice other people to worship or instigate those worshiping as a Avodah, I am chayiv as a basis, I'm chayiv as an instigator, and they're okay, we take that seriously, and we assume that means that they're going to worship me, and therefore they're chayiv for that expression of intent to worship Avodah Zarah. Umar Sover basis the Atzmo Lo Shmilei. We'll say others say that no, that the mice again, these guys are not going to listen to me. They're not going to take me seriously. And therefore what? So the Gemara says, Neymar Amri, Lo Shmiya, Neymar Amri, Naishna Umiyan, done. Because it was, it's an amazing thing. People worship an idol, but they're not going to worship another person. Why? Because they're going to say, well, I should worship silver, right? He's no better than us. And therefore, what do they say? Okay. They will say that yes is not really a yes. Rather, what is it? It's sure. Right? That's not what the Avodah Zarah endeavor. They make fun of me. Right? They make fun of me. And therefore, again, there's no who must listen. I will say ultimately again, so how do we reconcile our Mishnahs? Remember, again, about the way we started this particular discussion here is by contrasting the two Mishnahs. One seemingly indicating that I'm only chayiv ultimately for what? For actual worship of Avodah Zarah. Whereas one indicates that I seem to be chayiv even for a verbal declaration of intent to worship Avodah Zarah. And I will say one piece is talking about is an individual who's trying to instigate others to worship Avodah Zarah, and one is talking about is a group who's trying to instigate another group. So ultimately, what I will say, when it's a yachid, so the people are being instigated ultimately against. Excuse me, I read that wrong. It's yachid hanises, which is one person is being instigated versus a group who is being instigated. So yachid lomimla, a person is not going to consult, one individual is not going to consult with others. And therefore, again, ultimately, people make the mistake in following. People don't know about say, I will say a group will consult people with one another. I will say, in general, there's a concept that, that when you consult with a group, the hope is that there's collective wisdom. So when a person is just acting alone, sometimes in one state, and the vision of bed with their mistake, it's hard to get them to switch course. When a person is part of a Nevra, even if they've made a mistake initially, hopefully again, they'll be collective wisdom. But the Pasuk said, do not listen to him, or literally, do not be enticed by him, do not listen to him. Which I will say seems to indicate to us what? That if you allow yourself to be enticed, and if you listen, you will be chai. Which I will say tells me what? Even before I actually worship Avodah Zarah, if at the end of the day I allow myself to be drawn in, you see from here that what? That even a willingness to listen to idolatry, a willingness to be enticed by idolatry is in and of itself what? An issue. I will say one of the good. You see, the only time you put to death, or know that a person is thinking that idolatry is when you actually worship. What you are discussing with Rabbi is that there's still a certain Doraisa for even just contemplating worshiping Avodah Zarah, or even just having an intellectual, cognitive commitment to worship Avodah Zarah. His Rabbi raises a kasha, Misha Eno, Misha Eno, I'm sorry, Misha, but he says Yaakov when he says Yaakov. Is there a distinction between ultimately, again, someone who is enticed by the rabbin versus someone who is enticed by the young? God, I don't get the concept says, he is Siska Afifa Ben Nechon, Akad Yofis and he says the Akad Rabbin and he says, well, said ultimately, again, you said there's no distinction whether or not this individual was enticed, but there's a rabbin who's enticed. But always say Akasik Yofi Nikla Rabbin, the Rabbin Nikla Yofi. And I've also consequently looking at the conditions of the enticement for Avodah Zarah. Isolate Yachid from the Rabbin from the Yachid household. Yachid Nikla Rabbin, Lahachir al Gufo, or Lahachir al Mamono. So we'll say ultimately again, the individual is reckoned differently from the collective value. That if an individual is enticed to worship Avodah Zarah, and he indeed does worship Avodah Zarah, Machmir al Gufo. What's the Machmir al Gufo? Put the death and house into the death with skila, right? So skila is considered to be a more comforting form of death. We have Mahaka al Mamono. What's it? A person worships Avodah Zarah, so he's Christ Avodah Zarah, so he's put to death by skila. But what happens to his property? His property is left the Lord. Don't destroy his property. On the flip side, Rabbi Neklal Yochid, the Torah isolates the collective of the individual. Lahaka al Gufo. Say that when they are put to death, how are they put to death? Through side through a sword, which was considered to be a full side, considered to be the most held form of execution. And yet what? Ulachachmir al mamona. Yet I will say on the flip side, the ultimately on their mercy. Remember again, what happens with God? Once we got the most classic example ultimately of a rabbi who worships Avodah Zarah is the Ernie Dachos. And what happens to the Ernie Dachos? Destroy all the property. Whenever there's a collective who worships Avodah Zarah, although they are given a quote unquote more lenient form of death, they are given a more macro sentence that their property is destroyed. To which the Gemara says, so we'll say it's only in this distinction in terms of the manner of execution and destruction of property that there is a distinction between the Yachid and the Rabbi. About the whole meaning he had done, and I will say regarding all other matters of Avodah Zarah and halachas they are treated the same. What's the distinction between the two missionaries? One is talking about give a person who quote unquote self-entices. He entices himself, that's what he says Midiatzmo. Company says Midiatzmo. Versus someone who is convinced to worship Avodah Zarah through others. You must mimic Midiatzmo. We'll say, now it's the flip dynamic of a flip dynamic. Like the flip reality of the dynamic. So like a person is enticed to do something as part of a group, so the assumption is wrong, they're going to follow the group, they're not going to break into the group. On the flip side, I'm sorry, I just forgot. Once I saw that when a person convinces himself to do something, he could just as easily watch. But rethink it and convince himself not to do it. If the Acher is very about side, once the person is part of a group, so it's hard to break the ranks to the group and change them and just follow that dynamic. I'm not buying it. Where do I know this dynamic, this distinction between this dynamic? So you're going to consider those sovereign those Sishma Ilah. Do not be enticed by him and do not listen to him. However, the Shama Tais. Yet we'll say, what do we see? Listen. You have the intent to worship Avodah Zarah. Then ultimately, again, you will be enticed. Rabbi Amar, Rabbi says both are referring to ultimately one who is enticed to worship Avodah Zarah from others. Hag Amalei, Kach Opelas, Kach Shoseh, Kach Madiva, Kach Maria. So, Hadlo Amalei, Kach Opelas, Kach Shoseh. So, listen to this. So now, the Gemara makes another interesting distinction. This is other distinction, what I will say about when it says individual, this is how the idol drinks, this is how it does good, this is how it does bad. And I will say that's the case where ultimately once the word is describing the actions of the idol, where it's clear that a person's intent is ultimately to carry through on the worship. Versus the other case where a person will not speak about the actions of the idol. In that case, I will say it's possible that it's possible that the person will not carry through on his intentions ultimately to worship. Amarav, so Rabbi said, well, said first, I think the first white line, some of the things. From where do I know this distinction? It said, Me'elo heha adin asher sedimo secha, hakrovim ela, mali krovim mali v'tohu. It will say, why does the pasuk make reference to where the Torah is speaking about taking us ultimately again against the prohibition to worship idolatry? So why does it say ultimately again from the gods of these nations who are around, who are close to you? What does it matter if you have older daughters close to me, have older daughters as far as children is concerned? This is what it means to say. In other words, what it means is the part that if you want to learn about Avodah Zarah, pretty much Avodah Zarah is Avodah Zarah is Avodah Zarah. To learn about the ones that are far away from the attributes of the ones that are close. My love, the Amalek, Kach Okeles, Kach Shoseh, Kach Mativa, Kach Mativa. So what does that mean? That means that ultimately, again, the process of beginning to extol the virtues or discuss the virtues of the Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, is itself the beginning of the process of worship. Shmanina indeed see that this is the case. So we'll say, bottom line, what do we come out with over here? So first, I will say just a couple of very important things. Number one, what we ultimately see is that Before Islam builds up, so first of all, again, an expression of intent ultimately to worship Avodah Zarah will not make you chayiv for worship. That's the one that I'm not asking. That's important. Even though again it's usher, it will say any expression of allegiance ultimately to worship Avodah Zarah will be usher. But a verbal expression of intent to worship will not make you chayiv for this Avodah Zarah. That's number one. Let's say number two. Has to ultimately again the hashkiram la'avodah la'avodah, which means I will say to have in mind that you're shifting it out of me. And you don't have in mind as a shlita should be for avodah zarah. But you have in mind that you're going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah. The fact that you're going to use some part of that animal for avodah zarah makes the animal what? Asr ba'anah. Now, time of the shita, even though what your intention is not to, I'm not shifting it for avodah zarah, but I'm going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah. You constantly opening the image of Yochanan that makes the animal ba'anah right now. Again, I wasn't on a technical level. I'm not chayiv for avodah zarah. Why not? Because I didn't do it yet, but because my intention ultimately was to use the blood of this animal for avodah zarah. Even though again I didn't use it yet, that makes the animal asr ba'anah now. And again, our three category distinction by different avodos of avodah zarah, like we spoke about at the beginning of the shir, still remains a fine. We're not going to unique, but how old are the avodos go from the avodah zarah? What's an interesting case? Let's say somebody goes down and worships avodah zarah, they avodah ubiyira. So what's the original meaning? About a 12 out of the Rashi says, it will say 4 lines, 5 lines before Rashi gets right. We have a Mira, they have us, Agus, and Miras, Agus, and worship Avodah Zarah for love. People do a lot of things for love. People do a lot of things for fear. So I'm worshiping Avodah Zarah not because I believe in it, but because I'm trying to demonstrate my love for someone, or I'm trying because I'm fearful of someone. So we'll say, what's the love in such a case like that? Abai says he's going to be chayiv ultimately for that act of avodah zarah. Rabbi Amar Pater. Rabbi says Rabbi Pater. Abai Amar chayiv. Abai says in chayiv. Why? Because I worship. And Abai says worship is worship. Meaning if at the end of the day you worship avodah zarah, then the nice thing is you're going to be chayiv for that. That your intentions were for love, your intentions were for fear. We don't look at that you did a nice avodah zarah. Therefore you're going to be chayiv. Rabbi Amar Pater. Rabbi says no. We'll say avodah zarah is not the act of worship. Avodah zarah is the act of accepting upon yourself another deity. If it's clear that you are not worshiping, that you are not accepting this as your deity, but you're doing this out of love or out of fear, then the nice thing, and what Rabbi says, you are perfect. I will say, you understand this Gemara has major implications for us, because unfortunately, throughout the generations, has faced this particular Nisayon about accepting Avodah Zarah, not really out of Ava, but much more out of Yira. Does that constitute idolatry or not? So let's say you can see already that the Rambam constitutes like Yava, then ultimately again one will be putter for such an act. Now, how this stems ultimately again with the Harikal Yam, the fact that Avodah Zarah ultimately again is one of the things for which you need to give your life sooner than worship. So again, so he's going to put that on our list for future topics. But again, I will say, but at least you understand why if someone, because I will say again, we have much halakhic literature of people who accepted idolatry from themselves rather than until they accepted it out of Iraq. And again, much halakhic literature dealing with how you go ahead and deal with such an individual within the Jewish community, what you deal with. I will say, the fact that I'm not constantly like Rava, that if somebody worships out of fear, that's not considered Avodah Zarah, as Avodah Zarah means accepting of your deity. Again, once it gives us free to welcome to go back into the experience. Yes, fine, let's go back. Rabbi, so I'll say, Rabbi is saying the time, but where do I know this concept? So the Gemara says, this is not, so the Gemara says, my love, so now the Gemara is going to discuss this. So Rabbi says, from where do I know that even if you worship out of fear or out of love, they're going to be chayiv? So the Gemara says, this now, so Rabbi says, this Mishnah says, that if one worships Avodah Zarah, my love, remember again, this is our Mishnah. So how did the Mishnah read? The Mishnah said, if you worship Avodah Zarah, if you serve the idol. Now, what is the Mishnah have to add here? That echad ha'ovid. What is that teaching? So the Gemara says, my love, echad ha'ovid mi'ava u'miyira. So Abaye says, doesn't that extra ovid come to teach me? What I will say that even if I worship out of Ava or out of Ira, I'm going to be chayiv. Rava will say, no. Ultimately, against the entirety Rabbi Yirmiyah. I will say, remember again, Rava will say, no. The meaning of ovid is as Rabbi Yirmiyah taught us 2 days ago. What did Rabbi Yirmiyah teach us 2 days ago? Rava will say, ovid means that if you worship Avodah Zarah, with any normative form of worship, normative as defined as something that is done inside the Beis Hamikdash, even though that is not how this type of idol is worshipped, one will still be chayiv. From where do I know that you're going to worship out of love or out of Ava or out of fear? You're going to be chayiv. The sign because we learned Lo tishtacha ve'elohem. The pasuk says that what you can't bow down to the idols. So to me, it was an ultimately again, you can't bow down to the idols. But Abaye says we learn out that what? That you can go ahead and bow down to someone else. So we'll say you can't bow down to an idol, but you can bow down to someone else. And I will say that the Pashto is a sign of respect. You can't bow down to another sign of respect. You can bow down to another person as a sign of respect. The second level says you can bow down to another person if he treats himself as an Avodah Zarah. Haman treated himself as an Avodah Zarah. He thought he was a god. He treated himself as a god. So I would have thought that you can even bow down to someone like Haman who treats himself as a deity. The Pasuk says that what? No, you may not serve them. So we'll say, what do you see from here? Haman, so we'll say, so right, so Abaye says, so what do we learn out from here? You can bow down to another person as a sign of respect, but you can't bow down to another person as a sign. If they deify themselves, then we'll say, and remember why were the Jews bowing down to Haman? They were bowing down out of what? Out of Yira, out of fear, and yet Abaye says you still see that it's also. So you see from here that what? To worship Avodah Zarah out of Yira is still going to be answered. They will say, this was the major point of contention between Mordecai. Like this fellow members in the secretary. Was it looking to bow down to Haman or not? With Rava. So what would Rava say? Rava would say to Haman below Haman. And I will say, you can bow down to Haman. Like Haman, but not like Haman. What does that mean? To Haman, he would say Avodah Zarah. Below Haman, Haman Mira, Bahama Lav. Ultimately, against the Rava would say that ultimately, again, I will say that the Brayson means to say like Haman and not like Haman. Right? Ultimately, again, like Haman, that Haman considered himself like an Avodah Zarah, and therefore, again, it would be usher to bow down to him because of Avodah Zarah, but not like that. I come on Avodah Zarah before the Jews were bowing down out of Egypt. Jews were bowing down in Europe, and this piece over here is not talking about. Sometimes someone said, we're going to stop what we're actually for today, but just I'm reading a little while I'm listening. Meaning, we're living in the middle of this abundant list. Remember, this is an incredible, you saw this in the Lokas, Abaye and Rava, about whether or not, one, what is the halacha, or what is the liability when somebody worships Avodah Zarah out of Yira, out of fear. Abaye is saying ultimately again, it is still considered to be Avodah Zarah, your chayiv, versus Rava, who ultimately says that you are fucking. Let me share with you a short idea. Okay, anything you have to say about the sponsorship, any other those short things, refer to very fine print. That's it. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank the Simpson family for sponsoring that annual Talmud Torah. It's for the Sarastovos, for Israel. Okay. So what we had.
That's the word entering KFIN640.com. If you maybe get an email, check the spam folder.
What we had yesterday. So brief reminder. One of the statements we make in the morning, Mido Shaton Director's Plan, what Rabbi Rothschild tells us, Davar Shahaya the cloud. So Yatsa B'Chlal L'Lamed, Lo L'Lamed Al Atzmo Yatsa, Ela L'Lamed Al Kol HaKlal Kula Yatsa. In other words, for example, the Torah is warning us that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Avodah Zarah Zvicha is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that Avodah Zarah. Now, what happens with that specific force or deity or that Avodah Zarah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that Avodah Zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere in the West Coast and find an Avodah Zarah, and the person decides to shecht an animal, but that's not how it's worshipped in that society, it's still a violation. So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zarah, that is how you worship that for, clearly we understand that that's a violation. But what happens if it's Zvicha, the slaughter of such an Avodah Zarah? So the Torah tells us, listen, don't do it. Leave it. If it's not the way that force is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go ahead and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beis HaMikdash. So, Zvicha, Kabbalah, receiving the blood, Holacha, Zrika, any one of the 4 services that are done inside of the Beis HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions 1. So how do we include 4? It was Haya B'Chlal, right here. So it teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the rule of all 4 services under the Beis HaMikdash. Right? But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start our daf with Rava Bar Rav Chanan. Rava Bar Rav Chanan is going to ask Abaye, wait a second. The Torah tells us, you should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is meant to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan force, to an avodah zarah, even if it is not the way that that specific avodah zarah is worshipped, and even if it's not done in the base of English, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the yishtachava is the issue. And you wonder, wait a second, okay, it's an interesting question, Rabbi Rothschild. But it's so why mention, why does the Torah mention tzricha at all? So what we had in the top, the bottom of the Samach Chavav Beis, and now in the beginning of Samach Aleph, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is the chashmin la'avoda la'avoda. In other words, you find by kachim, there's a thing called Mashava Spiegel. So in a couple of years, we get this often. And one of the things we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis Hamikdash that your mind has to be operating with the understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go out and shecht an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, eating the meat, or sprinkling the blood, doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So the sugyas we're going to be discussing in the future here are known as the sugyas of Masech, of Machshavas. Okay, I thought that's appropriate. Now, what we're going to be discussing is, let's start off with the last line and a half of Samach Chavav Beis. Hashochet behema. Let's say a person slaughters an animal. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of machashmin la'avoda la'avoda, which means I perform one act with intention to have a damaging effect with a future, a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here. In other words, my shechita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind that when I shecht, that the sprinkling or the haktorah or the offering of the limbs should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, I shall be paying my limbs on them for avodah zarah. To offer it for fats for avodah zarah. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that too is considered a violation, and Rish Lakish of Samach Aleph Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discussed is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rabbi Rothschild is telling us, that perhaps Ishtachava is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped in that way. And if we look at that approach, we ask, but wait a second, what is the word, what is the teaching of Lo Tzisbach teach us? Maybe Lo Tzisbach is to teach us that what? That Mechashvin Ma'avoda La'avoda, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have a result with the Shechita, but when I shecht, I have in mind to perform either the Srika or the Haktorah, that too is included in the warning. So the Lord tells us, how do you everything you look at according to Rabbi Yochanan? Because according to Rabbi Yochanan, was by Kachim, we know that Mechashvin is Me'avoda La'avoda. So you don't need a verse when it comes to Avodah Zarah to warn us. Because if by Kachim, it's in the Beis Hamikdash, the concept of Mechashvin Me'avoda La'avoda is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side in Avodah Zarah. All other Rish Lakish, but according to Rish Lakish, that when it comes to the Beis Hamikdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word Tzricha by Avodah Zarah is to teach you that Mechashvin La'avoda La'avoda is by Kol, and in the verse. Now, or the Gemara is not the master for a proper says, the Torah tells us, the truth is, you got it wrong with proper claims. Because what Papa is going to tell us, that Rabbi Yochanan lo by Kol, you're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse because I can learn it from Kachim, from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. Ad can look at Rabbi Yochanan because when Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought
by Shita to be effective, right? Even if it relates to a future service, but Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. He's not talking about the person. What about Kaplan? He doesn't get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that for Yochanan, right, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from Kachim. That's not true because in Kachim it's talking about the animal. By Avodah Zarah, what are we talking about? The person, okay? But also crossing the person, which means the Gavra, to state that the person who goes ahead and performs Avodah Zarah with a machshava from one service to another service, and he deserves the death penalty. And certainly the question could be asked the other way around. And according to the Shlokish in Bible, it's don't need it. For the Shlokish, we might read the verse, but that's actually not so. Because Askala, the Shlokish, is by Kachim. The Shlokish holds that a machshava from Avodah to Avodah is not effective. The Shlokish only talks about the behavior, about the animal. Avodah, but we would agree that a Gavra bar Kaplan. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that the Shlokish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a dog which during Shita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do you ever find such a thing? That a person doesn't have Avodah Zarah, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited. You find that? Well, we do actually. We do have a if the person bounds to a mountain, what do we learn? The low head that we are told that it's slow, that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains, and the Gemara Darshans, that although, right, the Avodah Zarah was placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, but the low that if you go out and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of Avodah Zarah against the kapla, gets the death penalty, but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what do you see? That it is possible that you could have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty, even the item is wicked. So when a Rishon says that when you have one machshava, but you have a machshava that is true for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when you said mutter, it's talking about the items. So therefore, we need to have a mishtachah b'la'or, or yes, side, gets the side, right? It's the side. So that's what we're going. Here we go. Remember Rabbi Rothschild. So Rabbi Rothschild had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us it needs to teach us that any honorable act performed to an Avodah Zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rabbi Rothschild's beliefs proclaim. So says Rabbi Ravina, wait a second. Based on what this Rabbi Rothschild tells us, come over Rabbi Rothschild to Abaye. And what did he say then? The word remind us. Maybe Ishtachava is Melamed ala Klal Kulo. That maybe Ishtachava is to teach us regarding all service. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when you get there, it's a stroll. Don't do too much research into pagan practices, and don't start asking, how are these pagan nations worshiping their gods? But as I can, and I should do so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem if you start researching how those pagans are worshiping their gods. You know, the Torah telling us that the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship it is by defecating. So, therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship Lalinu, or a virgin wants to worship Marculus, right? You want to worship the Mercury. So the way it was done is what? By throwing stones. So obviously the Torah is telling us that the way to violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by that cult, right? By those Avodah Zarah. Now, if you claim, like Rabbi Rothschild, that any act is included, then why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us according to the Yishtachavo, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Yishtachavo, Yotzo, in a klal ulamed, ala klal kula Yotzo. So why does the Torah have to warn us specifically that be sure not to perform an act the way they worship their Avodah Zarah? Remember, look at mine. Okay, well, if you claim and if you're going to claim, and then it seems to exclude Hapoer, Atzmon, and Zoskin, they actually have a more normal mainstream Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that force. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity, so therefore, the Torah is telling us that's not included, because it has to be Hashtachavon, which is honorable. But Mishtachavon Nafko, Mishtachavon Derech Kippur, Hakol Derech Kippur. In other words, if you look at Mishtachavon itself, Mishtachavon teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Mishtachavon is Yotam and Aklal Lamed is coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell me that any form of service. Well, Mishtachavon only teaches you that. In other words, without thinking like Rabbi Rothschild. So Torah tells us, you know what it could be? Ela le'edite hapoer atzmo le'markus. So imagine having Avodah Zarah, that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Marcus was worshipped by throwing stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that cult, since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us, that something like that, I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way, have called Zion to proximity Zion. In other words, if Marcus is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, Kamash Moran, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Ella. Now comes the following question. How do Omar Abelot, the one who tells us, Minai, how do we know? Resolveya Behelo the Marcus. Okay, Marcus, if you in Spanish, Wednesday, right, is a Merculus, right, Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in this pagan culture. Even Wednesday itself, or Wednesday, seems like some morning. A word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marcus. So Marcus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship, you throw stones. The person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them. I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So they're told, says Rabbi Rothschild, how do you know that he's chayav? How do you know he's chayav? The Torah warns us among the many warnings of the Torah that it seems to be that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never keep yourself away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering zivchayim l'sinchurim. Okay, so listen carefully to the language. The Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a tzedekah, a shchita, a slaughtering. And what Rabbi Rothschild tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a pasuk to tell me that if you have an Avodah Zarah that is the norm is to shecht animals to it. I don't need a pasuk to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that I don't need a verse that is the norm? That the Torah warns us not to do it, because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it and then you perform it, obviously it's a violation. So what is the Lois going to teach you? Today, the Torah is warning you that even if it's not the norm, Meaning, even if that's not the way they worship, still sure. Now, but the problem is, Rabbi Rothschild, is you're telling me that the word Elohim was to teach us that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Avodah Zarah. But according to Rabbi Rothschild, Mishalot Kedarko Mishnachavot Nafka. Again, Rabbi Rothschild claims that the word Mishnachavot teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand the meaning of Rabbi Lazar if Rabbi Rothschild is correct? So your answer is an interesting answer here that also that the warning here from Leviskachu that we are told we should not do to any of Avodah Zarah, even if it's not the norm, it's Ofeach Lahapis. So it seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan force, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, and or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah. Revelation tells us don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto as a child after the war. He was hid in France in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as getting angry with your Avodah Zarah, and you're fuming it, and you want to break it because you don't want to, mess up things for the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we were talking about. Is so there was some form of anger towards this Avodah Zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to tzvika, it's a question of a significant avodah, and it is included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit linear. So here we go. So here's the story. Rav Hamnuna. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with the question here that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and a Mishnah later on in a couple daf. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand you're under Avodah Zarah, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be under Avodah Zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation or not? Just making a statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? So it's a contradiction. So we're going to have Rav Hamnuna, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Ravina, Rav Ashi, Rav, all the great Amorai addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rav Hamnuna, here goes to Lake Tori. So Nebuch, his oxen went wild and they were lost. So what does the great Rav Hamnuna do? He goes looking for his oxen. So as he's making his rounds, who does he meet? He meets Rabbah. So Rabba asks him a question. Let's analyze this thing. There seems to be a contradiction. Maybe the Gemara is telling us that something. Your mind is occupied. It seems to me that these great people, even when their mind was occupied looking for their keep before that and their little apple tag, right? They were still able to be involved in Limud HaTorah. It's not. Here we go. Ready for the contradiction. Our Mishnah says, "Ha'oved Avodas Kochavim." Okay? What's the violation? Oved in. If you actually worship the Avodah Zarah. Omer, this is I'm planning to, not alone. So our Mishnah seems to say in Amira, just a statement, not an issue. But look at the Mishnah later on. Now look at the later Mishnah. Ha'omer, if a person says, Evo, I'm planning to worship an Avodah Zarah. Elech, the I'm planning to go into Nelech v'navor, if I tell my, if I go with the group. And all that is included in the violation, just the statement. Statement is a problem, not a problem. So it says, oh my life, listen. The way I understand our Mishnah, that there's no violation, it's just a statement. The Omer, in other words, when is it that a statement is not an issue, or the statement is not a violation? Obviously, that is a right, obviously, it's prohibited. But when is it that a statement on its own is not one that is worthy of a death penalty? When I clarify that I'm not planning to complete that service until I actually do it. Okay? That's how Rabbi Hamnuna understands it. Rabbi Yosef, Omar, come on. Rabbi Yosef, like, Tanoi, Shokla, Smile, in other words, I'm going to go through the Mishnah. And prove you that they're good schools. Okay? Tanoi, where's the Machlokes Tanoi? Haomer, back to this. So we're talking about a person who gets up and says, come worship me. Come worship me. I mean, there are these people have been worshipped, humans have been worshipped. So the person gets up and says, come worship me. Okay, that's it. We basically declared the Avodah Zarah. We made a statement. Chayim. Seems to be what bears up the opinion that the statement itself creates an issue. Where Rabbi Yehuda says, Potter. Okay, now, if people actually worship this individual, there's no dispute. And the way we learned, what we read yesterday, don't make yourself into an idol, right? Don't make a human being into a god. It's something that we have to be very careful within our culture, where the Baruch Hashem are taught to respect great rabbinic leaders, but we have to always be careful not to cross that line, to go ahead and worship a human being. Because the Torah tells us, to make a human into a vessel. So again, Rabbi don't disagree. When it comes to actually worshiping a human being, we have a major problem. But it seems to be that if I just said, Rameir holds Amira L'chayev, Rabbi Yehuda says Potter. So therefore, Rabbi Yosef is claiming that the contradiction between the two Shais, when one seems to indicate that Amira is not yet in Avodah Zarah, the second one which seems to indicate that Amira is Avodah Zarah, it's Machlokes Tanoi. Okay, now, so where's the dispute? The Dibur Ba'alma, just with speech. Rabbi Meir, somebody Dibur Amil Sodi. Rabbi Meir holds, yeah, speech is an issue. And Rabbi Yehuda, somebody Dibur Amil Sodi. So Rabbi Yosef tells us this is how we solve the problem. We have the Rabbi Amuna approach, we have Rabbi Yosef approach, but who's going to go ahead and challenge Rabbi Yosef's opinion? Rabbi Yosef himself. And he's going to say, no. Hagar, Omar, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Yosef. What I said is just simply not a fact. Why? I have no doubt that even Rabbi Yehuda agrees that in general people are not really that Rabbi Yehuda is not the opinion which only a person is chayav. The Tani Rabbi Yehuda because when it comes to a maces, when it comes to someone that is encouraging others and inspiring others to worship some kind of a pagan force of Avodah Zarah, Achio, Mar Evo, Elef Levo, Nelef Benavod, Rabbi Yehuda is in agreement that speech could be a complete violation. Okay? So therefore my answer is no good. Now, and if you ask, wait a second, so what is their dispute? Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda do disagree about a person getting up and saying, worship me. And Rabbi Yehuda seems to say that it is not yet a violation. Well, there it's unique because it's a person. They might come from me. When someone is going and inspiring others not to worship some kind of distant force or Avodah Zarah, but rather when a person is trying to inspire others to worship himself. Now, what did people say? The overlay, right? The person gets up, Rabbi side, right? I'm a higher entity, please worship me. And everyone says, yeah. How do you understand the heat? The overlay. And there isn't just coming to the Mar Sovar, number one, is Macy's La'atzma, Shmili. Yeah, they do it. The Amrele Kushto. In other words, yeah, it's a yes. And that's the problem. That as soon as they say yes, it's a commitment and it's an Avodah Zarah. Because everyone agrees that speech is an issue. But why would someone say that? Perhaps not Umar Sobar, on the other hand, Rabbi holds, Mason's last, people don't tune in. When a person gets up and says, worship me, what do they say? Yeah, sure. Okay, fine, then go fly kite, what are you? Because Neymar Amri, what people say, human nature is, why should I be always in it for me? He's a human, I'm a human, right? Why should I worship him? Why should I you? I'm a babe, So why did they say yes? The answer is, yeah, sure. Yeah, we're going to worship you. Right? That's what they'll basically say. So therefore, Rabbi holds, in other words, Rabbi in general holds that when it comes to speech, a statement that I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, it is included. It's there regarding a person that's different because they think themselves, he's a nut. I think he has worship a human, I'm a human as well. So how do we deal with that Mishnah? Bottom line is, Yosef just got rid of his own answer. We still have a contradiction. We had Rabbi Rothschild's approach. What about Rabbi Yosef? Well, Maslichim, there's a difference. So here we go. Kan, Yechid, and Yosef, Kan, the Rabbi Manisasi. So the Phillips, the difference that's going to be presented now is the difference between individual being approached and multitudes. What's the difference? So we say the following. It's one individual is approached and says, he develops a relationship with this guru, and he tells him to go ahead and work with some courts. Once he says, yeah, I'm going to do it, he says, well, he's not going to back up. He's quite my friend. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation. But rather, when it's a guru, we assume that among them, one of them is going to start questioning it, and therefore, Rabbi, people with a statement of a commitment, it's not yet enough of his Zohar, because they're going to start asking one another, wait a second, well, what does this guy want? Is he normal, right? Does anyone know if he knows what he's talking about? So therefore, odds are, meaninglessly, they're going to rethink it, the Lord go back way, and therefore, that's where that's how we have an answer to deal with the contradiction between the two Mishnayos. Now, listen, let's go to it. Number of years we don't realize that. Let's see. Look at the language of the Torah. It's only singular. Let's have our nose and make Sishma and love. Ha'ava is Shama Chaya. Because it's singular. That by just listening, yeah, that's only singular. It's a book. The whole system is different. So when Lincoln says someone who's going to question about these things, evaluate, Shani is really different. When he says the Rabbi, when he says the Rabbi, there's really the difference between a group that gets inspired by someone else or an individual. But I look at this, look at the price of Kinyasi Safa and he says that the Rabbi, and the price says there's no difference. So the price of there's no difference between the individual and the masses. Now, there are differences between a Yoki who's only have a Nazara and a group who's called here on Daka. There are differences. That's going to be spelled out now. But when it comes to a commitment, it's not agree with Rabbi Yosef's outlook that the difference between that speech is an issue only towards an individual, but towards the masses. There's no source for the parties of it. Now, the difference between Yoki and Rabbi is, let's see, I call to Yoki and Rabbi. There are rules that relate specifically to the individual. There are laws that relate specifically to the masses and not the individual. And what are they? We do some more severe punishments, like against the ski law. And you will have to have Mamona because the individuals that have a Zohar, yes, you kill him. But nevertheless, when it comes to the property, it's not destroyed. But on the other hand, it gets a less severe punishment aside. But what happens to all the property in the Irani Dachas? The city is destroyed. The punishment is not as severe. So it comes out, says Abaye, let's look at the price. It is only regarding that which is spelled out is showing that there's a difference. About the whole meaning, when it comes to everything else, they are the same. So, your answer to deal with these Mishnayos simply doesn't work. Elo Omar Abaye. Abaye is going to tell us how to deal with the contradiction. Kan benises mefi atzmo, kan benises mefi achem. So Abaye is going to offer that the difference is between someone that is inspired by himself or by others. He explains. Mefi atzmo, the person, people have often within their head back and forth. Therefore, Mefi atzmo, if he himself is inspired, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and worship by doing the works. Like I saw online that people, their life was changed by traveling to the Far East. I'm going to go ahead and go to Thailand and inspire Mefi atzmo to change his mind. People are back and forth. The human nature is such that the others are the ones that say, no, make your way there. The speech itself locks it in. Gloria Basrayu. So here's a biased suggestion. The difference is not like Rabbi Amuna, not like Rabbi Yosef, but rather it depends on what started the process. If it comes from a person himself, it's just not going to change your mind. When from others, unfortunately, it locks it in. Shama to another person, right? The language is quite simple in the Torah. Torah warns us don't go into that person and don't hear his words. His words already are a violation. What are the words of violation? If it comes from someone else. That's Abaye's approach. Next, who wants to deal with the contradiction between these two sides? Next authority is obviously the Rama Amar. I both cases, right? Our Mishnah seems to indicate that you actually have to worship. The Mishnah later on would seem to say that speech itself is already a violation. Our goals, you and others, right? Put you on that track would be a carrot. So what's the difference? Why is it in one case speech already? So the things like this, it seems to be that when someone will be encouraged by someone else to the other of a desire, sometimes you just get a general statement, yeah, let's go worship, that forms. And sometimes you get specifics. Let me tell you about that amazing Avodah Zarah, right? It'll take us a couple of weeks to get there, but there's a very unique way, the way it's served, and the blessings you receive. In other words, when you get the details, you know what happens when you start getting the details? You're locked in. So here we go. This is what Rama says. All the details of what that incredible Avodah Zarah does. So then, speech itself locks it in, and therefore, the Mishnah later on tells us that just with the commitment, it's already a violation. Our Mishnah on my lane, where those words and the details were not presented, so that's Rama's explanation. If there is detail, the word itself already locks it in. Rabbi has to bring proof too. Now, so the Torah warns us not, over and over again in the Torah, right? It seems to be able to throw us this unbearable driving force. And the Torah has warned us that be very careful not to be enticed by the nations that are near you, Akrovim or Rachokim. Now, these big questions, well, what does darkness go on? Akrovim, Rachokim, you say don't worship Avodah Zarah. So it's a well-known statement that the Tzivon shall Krovim Atalovet al Rachokim. In other words, usually when someone wants to inspire you to be a Avodah Zarah, the normal would be they would talk about some pagan forms, some kind of a cult that's thousands of miles away. It takes weeks to get there, and they hear these incredible stories and legends that they hear. Now, they're not going to go ahead and tell you about what your neighbor worships. You know why? Because you know that what your neighbor worships is a complete waste of time. That you see that his life is a disaster, and that he's been turning to that idol for 45 years, and nothing good has ever occurred. So what do? They always want to inspire you with the rechokim, with those things that are very, very far. Okay? And tell us, you know what? You can figure out it's all baloney. Look at the Krovim, and then you'll figure out about the Rechokim, right? Look at those things that are near you. You see that they're good for nothing? The same will be regarding those legends from afar. From the quote unquote, from the goodness of those of your neighbor, you can figure out those that are far away. In other words, just as you know, the one right next to your neighbor, you know what he buys for it every day, right? You know how much he relies in it. You know every detail regarding what your neighbor does, and you know that it's worth, completely nothing. So to the Rechokim. So what do you see from it? That the violation of Avodah Zarah that's being spoken here about is with details. You know all the details of what your neighbor does, okay? My love, obviously, you know what your neighbor, you know what he's buying for his Avodah Zarah. So says good Maria. So for Rama, that is proof that the Avodah Zarah that's being discussed. When we are told that speech itself is an issue, what are we talking about? Where do you know the details? Okay. Who's next? Ravashi says the following: that if it's a person who's a newcomer to Avodah Zarah, and he says, I'm going to start working Avodah Zarah, speech is nothing. But if he already has a record, if he's done it already in the past, so when he says I'm going to do so, he's never going to add it. So therefore, I'm not sure they're safe from Israel anymore. He's done it. Once he's done it, and he says I'm planning to do it, odds are he's going to do it, and even the speech is a violation. The last answer, Rabbi Omar, it's the structure sometimes that Mishnayos start off with giving us general information if you do it. And then Mishnah 2 says, by the way, not just if you actually perform Avodah Zarah, but even if you only commit by speech, that is a violation. So we're going to do this in a basic shot. So therefore, bottom line is we have Rabbi Yuna, Rabbi Yosef, Abaye, Rava, Ravashi, and Ravina all dealing with this question. Okay, now, next discussion, which was going to tie in a little bit, believe it or not, into Purim. Okay, a person, has to go ahead, worship Avodah Zarah, not because he believes in it, but rather, he has a love towards someone and he goes ahead and acts as if he's worshiping, right? Or he does it in the era, fears, and this is probably more common throughout history, that they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go ahead and worship some form for a children Avodah Zarah, the era. Is that a violation? Is that one that they would get the death penalty? Right? Obviously not a good thing. That's the Avodah Zarah. Even though you're not really committing yourself and you don't really believe in it, it's a violation. You worship this. Bottom line is look the act. He worship, he bowed to it, he dedicated the bell, he threw the stone to Marguerite, he slaughtered the animal, whatever it is. Come on. He accepted it in his heart as being them. Okay? So that's my place. Abaye, Chaya. Rava says, Foto. Okay, so here we go. Omar Abaye, I can prove it to you. It's not Ha'oived Avodas Kochotim. Remember our Mishnah? The Mishnah starts saying, Ha'oived. Now, the language of the Mishnah start off with Ha'oived Avodas Kochotim, Oved, and then it gives details. And when you're already dealing with the question, what is Ha'oved? What is Ha'oved? If the details are given later. So Abaye wants to suggest that perhaps, my love, you know what it's teaching us? Echad Ha'oved, at first we introduce a case of someone that worships, supports, into some external love on the era. So therefore, that's how he analyzes the extra word of Mishnah. And then it says, why should the it stands on its own, according to Abaye, used to teach you that even if it's Na'av only that was included in the complete violation. What would Rava say? Really already answered that what Ha'oved is telling us is that you should know, regarding that it's done in how it's done. In other words, if it's dark of the cup, in other words, if they have some odd practice, that's how you worship it. So if you perform that odd practice, even if it's not shchita, even if it's not kabbalah zah, even if it's not halacha, even if it's not shchita, even if it's something that's very foreign, if that's how they worship it, you violate Avodah Zarah. That's how Rabbi Rothschild saw the word Kadaf ago regarding all of it. And that's why Rabbi said your proof Abaye is not really solid proof that Ahavo and Giro is included, because that word Ha'oved is specifically relating to teach you the idea that if that worship in a specific way, you violate Avodah Zarah by doing so. Now Abaye is not over yet. Okay, so the Torah warned us, we read this yesterday, not to go ahead and work a thousand of Avodah Zarah. So here told, Lohem אתה משתחווה, בתור חוץ לבעל Avodah Zarah, אבל אתה משתחווה לא אדם כמוך. In other words, if you live in a society where you bow to people, right, you bow to people, I mean, we shake a hand, recently more we give the fist, whatever it is, every culture has their way of interacting with the court. If you live somewhere where bowing to people is the norm to show honor, it's not obviously a violation of Avodah Zarah. However,
do some research before you bow to a person. Because you might think that this green light to bow to a person applies even to someone that is worshipped like Haman, the Lobsa of them. So, and when it comes when we were little children, we were taught that the reason Mordechai would not bow to Haman was that he had a cross, which creates some difficulty that he had a cross of a Jewish boy that's going to be born a few hundred years later. But the Medrash does say that Haman did have an avodah zarah on him. That's the Medrash. The Gemara seems to indicate, on the other hand, that it wasn't that he had a necklace with this big blue, with this big avodah zarah, but rather he himself was worshipped. That's what the Gemara here on Megillah seems to indicate. But what we are told here, you're not mishtachave, you're not supposed to mishtachave the person that's never to Haman. And basically, we know from told here that you should know that the Jews, violated avodah zarah by going to Haman. Now, was going to Haman something that they really believed in? No, it was clearly Meira. And what is the Torah? The Gemara is using it, the Bride is using it as an example of a violation, even though it was Meira. So this seems to be what Abaye claims, that a person, that even if it's an avodah zarah, Meira, it's a complete violation. Okay? And nevertheless, it is mentioned here as a complete avodah zarah. So how's Rambam going to defend himself? Well, Rambam says now that sometimes an example does not mean that it's there with all the details of the example. All of the Bride is telling us that, listen, if it's a person that's worshipped, don't bow down to Haman. Meaning, if you want to know an example of someone that was basically worshipped in a specific society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bowed to him violated it, because obviously that was Meira. Yeah, the example is Haman as a person, the local Haman, but it's not a complete example. Yeah, he's the example of a person that's where the Torah is warning us that yes, you can bow to a person, it's a way of showing honor, but you only do it if it's like a Hazarah. And a perfect example of a person who becomes like an avodah zarah was Haman. The like a Haman, but the example is not true regarding all details. The Ilu Haman when Klal Yisrael never had to worship Haman with Meira, the Haman, but here when that rises tells us that it's a violation, so Abaye is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something now on the Meira, it's a complete violation. So here is his next move. Omar Abaye, I can prove it from the Tanya. So to understand the next move, a brief introduction, you know that there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating the law unintentionally to shagir. Okay? That we're familiar with. Now, there are differences if it's an individual, if it is a kain gadol, if it's a melech, if it's a, kodesh. There are a lot of details that relate, but what we have to keep in mind is the following. There are situations that the specific korban that is brought, and it fluctuates as well, from the ego to the shigo to the bull, or to the zarah, and it's a community, it's also the bull and also the goat. There is a difference, because some of them, the violation of doing something unintentional is only with the he'elem davar, okay, he'elem davar, and one of them is a shigigas ma'isa. So two we have to be mindful of to appreciate the message here. Shigigas ma'isa he'elem davar, okay. Shigigas ma'isa means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home on his table there is a piece of fat, and he thinks that it's regular sugar, and he eats it, and it's chaleb, shigigas ma'isa, okay? Shigigas ma'isa. Now, then there's something called he'elem davar, when the matter itself was concealed from you, which indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. That you, in other words, that you had a question, a halakha question. You're a scholar, and go through all the post-skins, and you come to a conclusion, but you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So in such a situation, where you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmid Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act, there you have a he'elem davar with a shigigas ma'isa, okay? Now,
for the communal korbanos that are brought, if the Sanhedrin make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first the Ha'elam Davar and Shibudas Meiser. Now, what about a Kohen, Gadol, a Kohen Mashiach, we don't Kohen Mashiach, because we're dealing here with the Kohen on a higher level status during the first temple period, when he became a Kohen Gadol, when he was anointed with the oil that was concealed flavor. So that's the word. Kohen Mashiach is basically a Kohen Gadol. So here we go. This time. Kohen Mashiach, that word is Kachadim. Okay, so you're arguing that word is Kachadim, which the korbanos are more severe, right? Rebbe says that all that has to go wrong for him to have to bring the unique korban, the bull of the power Elam Dover of the Kohen Mashiach, all that has to go wrong is Shivuyos Maise action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also Elam Dover. Okay, that's the disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, the Shavim should disagree with Yachim. They do agree that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not a Zorah, he brings a sticky rod, the goat, or the she-goat. The Shavim and so they agree, Shavim with the Hashem Tovah, then Hashem Tovah is not brought. Okay, now what's relevant for us is, we mentioned here, Shivigot Ma'aseh, what are we mentioning here? An action that was done by mistake regarding Avodas Kachadim. How do you make a mistake with Avodas Kachadim? In other words, when it comes to a product, I made a mistake, I thought it's something else. What exactly is a mistake with Avodas Kachadim? What's the scenario? If he sees a shul, and in other words, he thought it's a shul. In other words, kasova. He goes ahead, he walks by this magnificent structure, and he says, wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping. Next thing he knows is that the whole house is Mamash Avodah Zorah. You cannot say that that's a Shigos Meiser, because what's in his heart? What's he bowing to? We don't worship shuls, by the way, but even the most beautiful shul in the world. We're worshiping the Rabbi Shalom. So obviously that cannot be a case of the Shigigas Meiser. It must be. The Choza Alberta, you saw some kind of statue of the king, right? And he bowed to it. Now, that also is problematic. If you really accepted it as an entity to be worshipped, it's not a show gag. Amazing. If you did not accept this entity, it's garnished like moving. So therefore, Abaye argues that the only scenario could be possible. Ella, here we go. It must be Avo and Yira. It's Avo and Yira. In other words, he made the mistake, right? He wanted reference to God, meaning from Allah or the fear of man. And he thought, so what would be a mistake? He thought that it's permissible. And therefore, that would be a scenario that it is a showcase. So if it would be amazing, that would be the real Avodah Zarah. Hey, Abaye has proof. Okay? It's talking about a person who said, God is permissible. Wait a second, that's a hell of a God. The answer is that the Lord can answer that something that is in tomorrow is that the Rabbi is going to tell us that there's a difference between Oimer Mutar Legamre and a person who thought that some things are permissible and some things are prohibited. But that will leave for that Sabbath days. Thank you for joining us. Everyone have a wonderful day. And we should go to
Marge, I will say good morning. We actually have beautiful, I think it's always beautiful tomorrow, but we're going to start after actually some very dramatic tomorrow. So remember again, we're picking up today's daf is 760. We're picking up Old Testament for this 15 on here. We're taking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up in the bottom of the also remember again, we share this morning that we'll be sponsored by Satan's in honor of the month of Elul, Satan's father. She was also dedicated this morning by Ari, Melissa, and Scott Morgan. This was unfortunately with Dr. Yaakov Marsh, Yaakov, Ben Yenta, and our Talmud came together with hopefully so she also remember again we saw yesterday the Gemara said that Adam Arisha did not eat meat. It didn't eat meat. That meat was only permitted ultimately to Noah after the Malchus. The Gemara they say is that true? How you Ben Deva Omer? Yehuda Ben Deva used to say, like not like the Mishnah Yabbas, right? The Ibn Taymiyyah used to say, "Over Adam Harishon, Nesam the Gan Eden." Listen to this, by the way. One Adam Harishon was living in Gan Eden. He was sitting in Gan Eden. V'hayu Malachim Hasharis Solim Obasar, when was Sanin and Lo Yayin. Adam Harishon was sitting in Gan Eden. What happened? He's sitting there. The Malachim are roasting his meat. The Sanin and Lo Yayin literally means like sifting his wine, or they were straining his wine. So Adam Harishon was sitting there. The Malachim are manish tending him, roasting his meat, going ahead and straining his wine. But that's Gan Eden, right? So the Gemara says, "Hitzitz bo Nachash, v'Ravit bo." The Nachash saw all of the honor that was given to Adam Harishon, and became jealous of him. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see where the Adam Harishon is eating meat. That means before they were thinking of us as amazing. Plus, on the rest of Yergen Hashamayim. So the Gemara says that was the case. Where did the meat come from? The meat came down from Shai. In other words, Adam Harishon never slaughtered an animal. So the meat that he ate was meat that came down from Shabbat. So the Gemara says, so is there such a thing as meat that comes down from the heaven? What does that mean? Meaning, why don't you go ahead and say that he slaughtered an animal and meat comes down from the heaven? You're supposed to listen to this. In Reb Shimon Chalafta, Shimon Chalafta was one time traveling on the road. He ran into a couple of lions. The who were roaring in his face. Said the pasuk, the lion cubs literally are crying out for prey. The Bible says 2 pieces of meat fell from the heavens. One was consumed by the lions. And one they left behind. I say the Asla David Russian. So Shimon Kalafta brought the piece of meat ultimately again to the base medrash. So just back away. There's a lot to say on these Gemaras because these stories obviously have a lot more than meat. Right? We'll say just sometimes the greatest mystery of these stories is the power of pure Emunah. Right? That Shimon Kalafta realizes that he's in a situation where there are lions rolling in his face. There's absolutely there is no way to address this situation without the emotional Olam's intervention. Sometimes when a person reaches the level of where a person realizes, I have no one else to rely on but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say that opens the door for all kinds of types of salvation. So it brings the actual listening to the base medrash. So we'll say they asked, who's that? Davar Torah. So they asked, what's the difference? Because the only Jews who ask this question, what's the kashrus? Like, what's the kashrus over here? What's the status? What's the status of this meat? Now, I will say, to understand, I don't think Baruch Hashem Adam Harishon asked that question. The reason Shimon Chalafta is asking that question is because remember, this meat came down not for human consumption. This meat came down for animals. So they were asking now, this meat came down from the heavens. Can we eat the meat? Not eat the meat? What's the status of the kashrus of the meat? So he said to him, so he went, Ein davar tamei yored min hashamayim. So Shimon Chalafta says, a davar tamei does not come down from Shamayim. Whatever comes down from Shamayim, by definition, is tahor. Therefore, this meat is absolutely okay. So Rabbi Zera asked the Shaitan Rabbi, coming down from Shamayim, you're the one who used to come or not. What happens if let's say, meat in the form of a donkey comes down from the heavens? So we'll say, so the ideal here is the donkey obviously is a regular tomato. So in other words, you just said that a davar tamei doesn't come down. But let's say again, it's not a donkey. So what's the status of that meat? Amalei. Those are the this. It's actually interesting. So remember, this Rabbi Yabba response, Yolo Yada, which literally means crazy donkey. So Yaranala is like a little bit like a disparaging. Why are you asking this question? Why are you asking about meat that comes down from Shammai? Yaranala, crazy donkey. We've already established, we'll say that impure things do not come back to the Shammai. So we'll say, so it's anything that comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, by definition, is Talmud. So on a very practical level, again, it means eating the meat. It comes down to Shammai, the actually is okay, the kashrus is okay, it's fit for human consumption, it's fit for animal consumption. We'll say, but again, the take-home message of these Gemara is ultimately, well, the take-home message of the Gan Eden is to understand what Gan Eden is about is that the notion of providing for our needs. That once upon a time, man did not have to be a sukkah about his parnasa. Man was doubtful about his income. It was taken care of by the Ribono Shel. That was the Gan Eden. So therefore, if your parnasa is taken care of by the Ribono, it doesn't mean that you sit back, and have someone talk patience to you about. But what it means is the Shmuel takes care of your parnasa, so you're able to focus on other spiritual endeavors in this world without worrying about your income, which we know it would be an incredible bracha for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's something that's concerned with the halakha. When a person has truly HaKadosh Baruch Hu can do and does anything, it opens the doors for all types of salvation. Shimon Rabbi Rothschild. So Shimon says that a Benoah is punishable, is executed for actual Kisha sorcery. Right after Shimon, where did Shimon get this from? This it was a topic of something. The Pasuk says you have to execute a sorceress. Which means Akashefa is someone who engages in sorcery, so you can't allow a sorcerer to live sieve. So we'll say that right after that, the Pasuk says that anyone who has relations with an animal also is executed. So we'll say the juxtaposition of these psukim teaches us whoever is including the prohibition of bestiality is also included in the prohibition of sorcery. So since Bnei Noah are included in the prohibition of bestiality, therefore they're also included in the prohibition ultimately of sorcery. The Lord says that Bnei Noah is even punished, can be punished for kilayim, for forbidden mixtures. Then how do we know this? So the pasuk says. You shall listen to my statutes. And then it says, Behemdocha lo savia kilayim, Sodcha lo savia sizra kilayim, Begin kilayim shaklis lo ya'ala. The third, you shall keep my statutes. And then it says, no forbidden mixtures of in your field, no forbidden mixtures of your animals, no forbidden mixtures in your clothing. So the Gemara is going to go aside to Shru, Hukim shechakakti l'chot kivar. So the Pasuk says, God is saying, the hukim that I already gave you, Shabbos says, in reference to the idea, I already commanded you as the name Noah about these forbidden mixtures. The Hemdachalo Savia Kilayim, Sadchalo Sisra Kilayim. Shabbos says, so the Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead and have forbidden mixtures between your animals, nor shall you have forbidden mixtures in your field. Just like again, a Ben Noach is mitzvah that he can't crossbreed his animals. So to again in your field, you can't crossbreed plants either. Just like I will say, the issue of kiloi of crossbreeding animals applies to Arizona and Florida. So I will say the prohibition on cross-pollination or cross-breeding between plants applies in Eretz Yisrael and in Florida. So we see from here, we expect to Elazar that Noah is Mitzvah on Kavai. He's commanded regarding forbidden mixtures. But if that's the case, I will say all of this, remember, is based on the phrase "Ushmartenes hukosai." So literally, again, you will keep my statutes. So the word hukosai means hukos shechakakti l'chot kirai. The statutes that I already gave you, I already gave you when you were a Ben Noach. So 1 second, if that's the case, Eliyahu. The that's the case. So the Pasuk says that you shall keep my statutes and my mishpatim. Why don't you say over here? Say that refers to the mitzvah that Hakadosh Baruch Hu already given us previously. That wasn't at that point. It was referring to what? So maybe you're saying over here that Ben Noach is with Silva in the entire Torah. To which the Gemara says, Hasam. So the Gemara is saying it's two different phraseologies. Ultimately means the chukim that I'm giving you now, as opposed to as chukosai tishmeru sounds like the chukim that I already commanded you before. Okay, I'm going to be a Shov and Karma. I'm going to back up by Yaakov. Einu Chai. So we'll say now we're going back for a Mishnah. Remember again, our Mishnah spoke about the idea or the prohibition, ultimately again of cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So remember again, this was the Mishnah. This was the Mishnah in Vav Amidala, or actually the Meir very particular Vav Amidala. And the Mishnah discusses again the process that if someone, again, we're done with the Bnei Noah, or we're not done with Bnei Noah, but we're transitioning for a moment. So I we will not still not make sense Bnei Noah. So we have technically what would have not seen the Mishnah tomorrow. So remember over here, the issue we're discussing over here is someone goes back to the step of Shvarvu. So the process that has to put in place in order to convict such an individual of this crime. So the Gemara now says the following: Rabbi Yaakov says that a person is responsible for cursing out the Baruch if they use the four-letter name of God. Yud Hey and then Vav and Hey. Only if you curse that name is a person what that was the opposite. If you curse the 42-letter name of God, the 72-letter name of God, of course you're high. The assumption is most people do not know those names. So we're talking over here. Shemar says the four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This teaches me that what? That if I only curse the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu with two letters, then I'm not high. So what's the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu with two letters? That's either Yud Hey or Vav and Hey. Mishnah Gemara says Pshita. That's obvious. The Mishnah says Yaki Yossi as Yossi. So everyone will say the way the Mishnah leads to the fact that somebody curses God is the lashon of Yossi. Why Yossi? Because Yossi is four letters. Yossi is four letters. So Yossi is supposed to represent Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. So the Gemara says, okay, that's why the Mishnah Dafki uses Yossi, right? As to show me that I'm only a person, only a first name of God. That's four letters. Which the Gemara says, now the name of what I thought. Maybe Yosei was just a generic choice for the Mishnah. The Mishnah doesn't want to say that somebody actually cursed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They just choose to insert a different name, which we know refers to the name of God. But I would have thought Yosei is just, generic. But don't, it's not specific, which the Mishnah says, no. The Mishnah purposely chose Yosei. Why? Because it's four letters. The Barami is into the fact that one is only Italian for cursing the name of God, is one curses the four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You could have there are those ultimately who explain, Shem ben Arba Osios Nami Shem. So we'll say, so in a different version of this exchange, Rabbi Yaakov says, you see over here that what? That the name of God, the four-letter name of God, Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, is a proper name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Shita, that's obvious. Yaka Yossi as Yossi. The Mishnah Dafki uses Yossi, which is four letters. Now the Tema, I might have thought maybe from the Mishnah that you only hire for curse the name of God if what? If you use the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Umil Sabahanu Dinakad, and Mishnah is not specific in its choice of Yosef, Kamash Malak. Supposed to say, so bottom line, the only time a person is higher for cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu would be is if they curse the four-letter name of Hashem. So if they curse some type of king, what are the descriptive names of a God? Or they curse Hashem. So let's remember again, Hashem, these are not names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only if a person curses Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, but they're responsible ultimately again for Mevarek Hashem for ultimately cursing the Hashem. So let's remember again, the Mishnah then said that after they adjudicate the case, if the judges find the individual guilty of going ahead and cursing the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so what do? The judges stand up on their feet. They rip their clothing, they tear their clothing, and they can't defend the tear. So it says the Gemara, it's actually amazing. How do we know that the judges stand up? I know you said the Ehud Boilov, so we'll say, so you want to describe an episode in the beginning of Sefer Shoftim. But after the beginning of Sefer Shoftim, one of the Shoftim by the name of Ehud comes to Eglon, the king of Moab. Now again, he's actually coming in to assassinate the king. Right? This is the story where Ehud hides the sword with his left hand. So he's able to hide the sword. They're going to suspect the sword. He hides the sword with his blade underneath his cloak. Comes up and kills the king. So what happens? So he comes to the king, he comes to Eglon Melech Moab, and he comes to deliver a message from God. The Ehud Bailov, who Yoshem Aliyas Mekaret, Asher Lo Levado. Vayomer Ehud, Devar Elokim Li Eilecha. So Ehud says to Eglon, I come bearing the word of God. I have the message from God to deliver to you. Vayagam me'al hakiseh. Eglon stood up. Eglon stood up. Someone say, can you imagine this? When the Gentile king and Ovi Avodah heard that Abel, the young Israel, was coming with the message about the Baruch Hu, and a deference to God, he stands up. Alo John Kavachomer. Uma Eglon melech Moab shu nochri. So Eglon, the king of Moab, was a Gentile, an idolater, and he didn't even know the real name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just knew the appellations, right? The nicknames for God. Ahmad stood up out of deference for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. When a Jew hears the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in this case, Shem HaFurash, which the Kenneth means good hay and then bad hay, of course he has to stand up. So once you understand what's happening, the Gemara is learning out the obligation to go ahead and stand up when hearing the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the actions of an idolatrous Gentile king. That Eglon, the king of Moab, had enough covet that when he heard the Shem Hashem stood up out of covet, says the Gemara. Eglon stood up, then when the Dayanim hear the name of God, and unfortunately in this disparaging fashion, that's what the name of God is because there was, there's an incredible footnote to this story. So the Gemara says that in the supports the fact that Eglon stood up for Shem Hashem, he was privileged to have a very illustrious ancestor, a woman by the name of Luz. So the Gemara attributes the birth of Luz. There is one act of Eglon. The message is something exceptional that sometimes even the small things we do have incredible impact, not just now, but in future generations in ways we can never intend, in ways often that we never know. One little act of Kiddush Hashem on behalf of Eglon. Well, now again, that means it's Eglon killed just a few minutes later. Right, but, yeah, you get me that one act of standing up to the Rebbeinu blessed him with the great source of having this. He's the Alter Zeta of the Messianic line. He's the Alter Zeta of the Melech HaMoshiach. Where do you get these sources like that? And it gets a source like that only because he stood up when he heard the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It was like sometimes things that we think are little, the things that we think are significant, so things we never know the power of even just the smallest spiritual act. Incredible Gemara. Kohen develops. So remember again, the judges, when they hear the Shem Hashem, when they hear the fact that somebody cursed God, they tear their clothing. So the Gemara says, we know, really know. So the Siv, Vayavo al Yokim, Ben Chilkio, the Shem Nasover, the Yoachman Asaf HaMasker, El Chizkio, Kluy Begodim, Vayakidu Lod Dir of Shak. So it's like, the Gemara over here quotes episode from the Walk of Days, where Chizkiah, the officers of Chizkiah was about to come and tell him that Rav Shaka, we'll discuss Rav Shaka in just a moment, cursed God. Cursed God. Rav Shaka is standing outside the walls of Yerushalayim, and literally he's just blaspheming. He's like, just blaspheming at the Baruch. So they tell this to Chizkiah rends his clothing. So you see that what? When you hear that someone has cursed the name of the Baruch, the response is the tearing of your clothing. So the Gemara goes like, the Gemara says, not only that, but you're not permitted to repair that tear. So we know that we're in another show. I'm really about us, Priya. You're learning to show up Priya. It says over here, ultimately again, that the officers of Chizkiah came to him with torn clothing. Also, the Elisha Roab who would say, Avi Elisha Parashab. So let's remember this is about by the nice in their cover. So what happens? Elio doesn't die, right? Elio is taken up to shrine and fighting chariot. Who's with him when this occurs? Who's right by his side in this earth when this occurs? Is Talmud Elisha. So Elisha sees the rebbe whisked away on his fiery chariot. And he says, Elisha cries out, Avi, my father, chariot of Israel. And Elisha never sees Elio again. Elisha took his clothing and he tore it into two pieces. Why does it have to say? Why does the Pasuk have to say that Elisha tore his clothing? Why does it have to say that he tore his clothing into two tears, into two pieces? Because obviously, if he tore his clothing, it means what? The garment is no longer whole; it's quote unquote two pieces. Why does it have to say two pieces? To which the Gemara says, Shem Guru. Teach me that what? That hair remains in a state of being torn forever, i.e., it cannot be repaired. So we'll say what we're doing over here is we're making Zir Shabbat Kriya Kriya from the episode of Chizkiyahu, which was an act of comparing ultimately the those who heard the cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to the Kriya by Elisha. Just like when Elisha taught Kriya, it was a tear that could not be mended. So to when you tear your clothing for the cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it cannot be mended as well. Also, you know that just in general, there are different types of tears. Some tears, we learn this one punch. For example, when you tear, it has to show the loss of a spouse, the loss of a child, the loss of a sibling, where you are permitted after the period of mourning to repair that tear. The loss of a parent, the loss of a Rebbe, or now in this case over here, person of a that cannot be repaired at all. That tear has to remain forever. So the Bible goes whether you hear the actual person of God or you hear it secondary. So when you hear the person cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or someone tells you that you're only cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, chayiv the clothing, chayiv the tear clothing. Listen, that witnesses are not obligated to tear their clothing again when they retell what happened. Why? Because they already told the first time when they actually heard the first person. So you're obligated to essentially tear the first time you hear that. It's either when you hear it in person or you hear it told over by someone else. So as you retell it, you're not chayiv to tear. I don't understand. Even if they turn when they heard it, when they're retelling it, they should be chayiv to tear again. Because the mice they were hearing it, which was Hashbaz looks like it says, Vayikishma Melech Yisrael Dira Shaka, Vayikras Bigadam, as what the Pasuk say. When Yisrael heard the words of Rav Shaka back from God, tore his clothing. Hamelech Yisrael Kara, the Amo Karu, what do you see from here? Yisrael Hamelech tore his clothing, but the other officers did not. Why not the Mosai? They didn't. Why? Because they already tore when they first heard the actual blasphemy of Rav Shaka. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Hashem's going to be a holy Kohanim. And it's actually very interesting. If someone hears Ovid Kohanim, the first HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you are not chayiv to go ahead and tear your clothing. Right? The income of Rav Shaka. So what about Rav Shaka? Right? Rav Shaka, the pastor was a Gentile, and you have to get into their clothing. Yisrael Mumer. Rav Shaka was actually Jewish. And again, he was Yisrael Mumer. Was a Jew ultimately who left the fold and joined the Gentile voice. That was a little shmuel. A word Allah Hashem you could know about. Ultimately, again, we always be up because it's what we learned before. When we hear someone curse the shame on the ultimately, again, the unique name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu was as opposed to a king, as opposed to our scripted names of God. We only tear kriya ultimately again on the unique name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, okay, kinu. This is to exclude kinu as a like the victim. We'll say the names that we have like Hashem or like God. These are not names of God. You're also that it's a whole discussion. Whole discussion about what is in that funny. Right? Because there's dollars of God we trust. So besides the fact that generally your money is happy they will say just in general again that those names that mean God is not the Jewish name. That's a key. But for example, when we have to be careful with this, you shouldn't say Shalom Aleichem to someone in the bathroom. Like you shouldn't say Shalom Aleichem or Shabbat Shalom to someone in the bathroom. Like you shouldn't talk about that to wow. That's but again, you don't say Shalom Aleichem to someone. Why? Because Shalom is the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So say so. Again, it's now, but okay. In any event, the Gemara says over here, completely whatever. Completely this also. Rabbi Chia argues on both of these points. We'll say first wise line. There Rabbi Chia. Hashemei Askar B'Zman Hazeh. Eno Chayiv L'Kra. We'll say Rabbi Chia says, if you hear an Askara, if you hear someone go ahead and blaspheme HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or someone curse God, you are not chayiv to kriya today. So the Gemara says, we'll say, Shev Ata Omer Kei, because if I had to tear kriya every single time I heard someone curse God, we'll all be walking around with torn clothing. So we'll say, yeah, you are saying it. This actually is a very sad statement. What he is saying is that the reverence that man has for God in today's age, so we'll say, this is a good 1,000+ years ago, but the reverence that man has for God in today's age has suffered such a blow that if I had to tear kriya every single time somebody went to go to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu, If you're walking around with torn clothing, the Gemara says, "Shame fine." The Gemara says, "Mimar." So who are we talking about over here? Meaning, who's cursing God all the time? Who is here concerned about? Ilema, Israel. If you want to start talking about Jews, that Jews are cursing God all the time. So the Gemara says, "Me pikiri kolehai." Most like as Jews, we might have our problems, and sometimes Jews are worried a little bit. Sometimes we walk down a little bit. But a Jew is never going to lose his way in such a way that he's always cursing God. That's not a Jew's not going to do. Elo Pshita, they only do cover. Rather, Moshe he is talking about the Gentiles. They're cursing God. Yishem HaMeyuchad, and if we're talking about again, that it's a Shem HaMeyuchad, that you only hide for cursing God if you use the specific name of God. Me, Kiburi, to Gentiles, for the Shem HaMeyuchad. Elo Lav Bikimuri. Rather, again, it must be that the Gentiles are cursing God, but they're using a descriptive name of God. Ushmanina, Bisman Hazel Udalo, on the Ikara Chayiv Shmanina. Once you see from the front of the Shia, that it used to be that if you were to hear a Gentile curse God, even if it was just using a kinu, you would take your clothing. But unfortunately, because during this behavior has become so prevalent, therefore we no longer take Hashimi Omer Ani Afani Kamal. So once going back to the Mishnah, so the witnesses are testifying about a certain individual who cursed HaKadosh Baruch. So what happens now? The first guy gives his testimony. The second witness says, I agree with him. Like, I second everything he said. So the Gemara like Shmamina, Afani Kamal Kasher B'dinei Mamanos B'dinei Nefashos. So we'll say, what do you see from here? See, under normal circumstances, what we would say, we'll say, is what happens to happen in Eidos. In Eidos, both witnesses are obligated to give full account. A full account. Right? So Rothschild says, what do you see from here? You see from here that a second witness can say, ditto. My second witness can say, I agree with everything he said. And we see that apparently this type of edus works both by financial testimony and by capital cases. So we'll say, however, again, under normal circumstances, the Rabbanon said, even though the Oraisa works when the second witness says ditto, when the second witness says, I'm with him, yet under normal circumstances, Chazal came along and said, no, that's not enough. You have to go ahead and what? You have to go ahead and repeat your testimony, Mila B'Mila, word for word. But yet over here, what happens? The Rabbi say over here at the end of the day, because you don't want the second witness, you don't want to repeat the first person all over again. Therefore, we judge the case in accordance with biblical standards, which allows the second witness to say, Ani. Please say that apostle, because if you want to say that such a testimony is not good, how can you go extra testimony? How can you execute a person based on that word? They make the Oraisa, the second witness is not obligated to recount the entire testimony all over again. Rather, they're just simply able to say, I agree with this. We did not follow under normal circumstances. We may give recount the entire testimony because that's one of the ways in which we ensure that it's telling the truth. But apparently, in this case, where someone cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we don't want him to repeat this testimony entirely again. And therefore, after he says Amani, we accept this testimony. The Gemara goes like this. I'm sorry. Bashlishi Omer Afani Kamo. So what's that? The Mishnah said, and the third witness can also say Afani Kamo. I agree with the first two. Stomach Rabbi Akiva, the Makish Gimlushan. So what's that? The Gemara says over here that our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva actually points this out in the second Smak. This discusses the idea that essentially, again, a testimonial unit is looked at as one entire unit, which means that if you have a group of three witnesses who come and one of them is disqualified, then what? Once part of the testimonial unit is bundled, the entire testimonial unit is bundled, even if you have two remaining witnesses. This is Shita Rabbi Akiva, that we look at every testimonial unit as a cohesive, complete unit. Once one part is disqualified, the entire part is disqualified. I'm a base. It says the Mishnah.
Outdoor sneaking has been banned in Salt Lake City.
Right. Now we're going to talk about liability for idolatry. A person worships idolatry, we'll say, under what circumstances are you chayiv? So one who worships the idol. Now again, that's a generic term which the Gemara is going to discuss. That kind of is a or you offer up korbanos, or you burn something for the Ovi Muhammad. Or you offer up a wine libation. Or you bow down to the idol. Or you go ahead and you accept, you make a declaration, you accept this idol as you. So if you do any of these things, you have officially worshipped idolatry and are chayiv. Assuming again, if somebody says to the idol, "You are my God," so a verbal acceptance of this idol as one's God, as a deity, all of this is idolatry. However, if you hug the idol, if you kiss the idol, you give cover to the idol, you sprinkle water in front of the idol, you wash the idol, you anoint the idol with oil, you dress the idol, you put shoes on the idol. So we're saying all of these cases, over below sasa. We're saying all of these cases, you are in violation of a biblical prohibition, but it is not tantamount. What does that mean? You've worshipped idolatry in a biblically prohibited way, but not in a way that would get you the death penalty. Again, we're going to define all of this tomorrow. I know that so if one goes ahead and makes the nether in the name of the idolatry, or one swears in the name of the idol, over below sasa, one has violated a biblical prohibition. If somebody defecates on Baal Par, literally means to uncover yourself. He defecated on the idol. They both say that's the way you worship Baal Par. He's defecated on the idol. Both say it sounds like a very even Avodah Zarah is still treating the idol with respect. What's the shot over here? So this is something interesting. We'll explore this more. It's not much more, but we're gonna so Soloveitchik actually has an interesting insight over here. He explains that if you think about it, so the truth is it's not so far off. Meaning the way that Avodah Zarah began is people recognize that there's godliness even in the daily biological functions of the body. I will say, we recognize this also. I mean, it sounds crazy to us, but what do we do actually answer? We make a bracha every single time we go to the bathroom. Make a bracha every single time we go to the bathroom. So it's like, because there's a recognition that when the body works, it's a recognition of the One's involvement in my life. Baal Pa'ar obviously took this to an inappropriate, abominable extreme. But it's just in general, you always see always because everything comes from Adam Arishon. Adam Arishon was a monotheist. All the offshoots of Adam Arishon, everything that's in the world of spirituality, somehow has its roots in Avodas Hashem. Because often what ends up happening is it's taken to an illogical extreme. Shabbos says it's an incredible booster in spirituality. When spirituality is not rooted in a restorative framework, it goes in all kinds of inappropriate directions. People could invent and come up with all kinds of craziness, all the Shem Shamayim, all for the sake of heaven, all with the most wonderful and really heartfelt motivations. But if you are not rooted in the strict framework of the Surah, you end up with Baal Pa'ar. Incredible idea. So the Gemara says, if you defecate on Baal Pa'ar, you're chayiv. Why? Because Zohi Avodosa. Because they will say that at the end of the day, because that's where you worship the idol. Hazorik Evan Markelis. If you want to throw a stone at Markelis, you're chayiv because that's there. So we'll say, what's Markelis? Markelis wasn't Avodah Zarah where you would take 3 stones, 2 and 1. That's the idol. It's actually a very utilitarian Avodah Zarah. Anywhere, it's everywhere. You can take it with you. So you get 2 stones. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that it's just interesting how you see that some of these Avodah Zarahs also evolve because of convenience. It's just fascinating. So Markelis is the way you construct the idol is 2 stones on the base, 1 stone on top, and the way you worship it is you throw stones at it. You throw bowling up, right? So you see, I was thinking more like at the carnival, you throw the stone down. In any event, the point is, what the Mishnah is pointing out, will say is, the Mishnah is pointing out 3 different things. There are certain types of objective, what we'll call spiritual forms of worship, for which you are chayiv if you do for any Avodah Zarah. You offer up a korban, you go out and you sprinkle wine, you bow down to something. Those are objective displays of worship for which you are chayiv. Then again, there are other types of forms of worship where you will not be chayiv in a capital way, but you will be chayiv in daraisa. And then there's a third category of what we'll call worship-specific practices to Avodah Zarah. So, for example, we'll say if you were to defecate on Markelis, right, you would not be chayiv for that. Why? Because that's not the form of it. Even though defecating on an idol is a form of idolatry, that's only the Baal Pa'ar. That's only the Baal Pa'ar. So to do that to a different idol, ultimately, you would not be chayiv. So instead of thinking about it, my echo open source is so what do we wish to begin by saying
he's noticing, he's seeing the stuff because he is dangerous. One of the most dangerous, and I'm not talking physically to women, one of the most dangerous comedians out there right now is a guy, I think you know what he does.
Yeah, I talked to some people that are pretty close inside to the deep state, and they told me the same thing.
Yeah, Jordan, you've been talking to people. Yeah, Jordan knows people in the deep state.
I just, just chill.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Because you don't go too far. Not right.
No, because then you're gay.
Yeah, I know, right? I fuck some people in these things a bit. You know, fucking guy in the deep state. Oh, really, dude? Wait, I was deep in the deep state. Mr. Whole Foods is gay. I loved him, and he's also the head of the CIA. So, all right, we've got to. Yeah, that's all it does for this week. All right. Thanks. Tune in next week. Bye.
Worship the idol, the number of way you high, back on the Sabbath, back on the